Donald Trump Jr. posted to Instagram. Did you see this with the president? I mean, obviously it's mean, but it's the president throwing one off the White House roof there onto the WNBA.
Yeah. Well, that says everything we need to know about Donald Trump Jr. What is he, in his 50s? What is he?
Donald Trump posted that?
Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah. Yeah, 52, whatever, how old he is.
No comment.
Toddlerman, is that the word?
Well, I
you
can
use?
guess
Memes that came from President Trump going on the roof, by the way.
Donald Trump Jr. posted to Instagram. Did you see this with the president? I mean, obviously it's mean, but it's the president throwing one off.
What's one thing your mom did that raised your little eyebrow?
She thought having me would keep my pops around. Now look at her, still solo.
What's something your parents do that's way out of pocket?
When they always want to be in my face saying goo goo gaga, but breath be like boo boo caca.
What's a red flag in a parent?
When they use me as a tax write-off and just to pop bottles in the club with the money.
What's something your parents do that's not it?
When they throw me a birthday party just as an excuse to turn it into an adult party and get drunk.
What's something you knew about your mom that was a red flag?
When she used my stroller to steal stuff from the mall and got us jammed up.
What's something you remember from before you were born?
When I was in the womb and something kept poking me. I didn't know what it was, but I don't trust it.
What's something you noticed about your parents?
Mama said Daddy's broke. Daddy said Mama's broke, so who paid for my stroller then?
Somebody lying. What's something your parents do that don't sit right with you?
When my mom mixes my apple juice with water like I didn't notice, keep thinking shit's sweet, because I don't.
What's one thing you know about your parents?
Ain't no way I'm not adopted, because my parents look like they came from 2 different lost and found bins.
What's something you learned early about your parents?
They say loyalty is everything, but my mom watched that nurse lay hands on me and didn't say a word.
All right, folks, homemade moonshine. Distilled right here in this hollow-ass log. No permit, no pants, just vibes. Filtered it through pine needles and regret. Smells like gasoline and divorce, so you know it's ready. Okay, I may have blacked out. Why is everything chewed? And why is that beaver giving me side-eye like I owe him child support? 10 out of 10, would not recommend. But also, definitely doing it again next weekend. Hit subscribe, you degenerates.
Before we start, my pronouns are Z, Zer, Ford, Ford Mustang, Cheese, Cheeseburger, and Unicorn, Unicorn Self.
A few moments later.
Get the fuck out of here! I'm not a psychiatrist!
Come on, guys, let's go!
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world. Wow. So gay. So gay. And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Wow, look at that gay man.
So gay.
So gay. So gay. How's it going, everybody? Why are you gay? What's up, everybody? Happy Sunday night. How we doing? Let's see who's here tonight. We've got Steve Hilliard. We got Lynn, GMB. What's going on? Steve Hilliard. Elizabeth Doty. None of your business. What TF? Marjorie Smith. Ben Ramler. Ramler. Kevin. Daniel Gygax. What's up, buddy? Diamond G. Frames of Rhythm. What's up, Derek? Julio Scissors. Hello, boys. What's new? What's cracking? Man, we had a late night last night, huh? That was what we'd call like a late night. I didn't even get to shave today, as everyone can see here. Let me see if I can fix this. See visual effects, enhance my skin appearance, and see if it make my beard go away. How's that look? Better? I mean, a little better. Little better. You can see it here, but you can't see it here now. Ramlo. Saxon, what's up? Catherine K, what's up? How's it going? So, yeah, it was a late night tonight. Last night was very successful. We went over 8 hours, and it's German. Ramlo, is it Ramlo? Like that, Ramlo. It's German, Ramlo. Keep on rambling, Ramless. Hello, Sharon Taylor. How's it going? We're just going to give it a second or two for people to get in here, and we're going to start the first story. We got quite a few stories tonight. I got 28 stories lined up with 72 tabs, and then I have a whole bunch of tabs. Will it be a serious rant tonight? I think there will be a rant tonight. You're going to have to pay attention. There might be quite a few rants. A couple two-tree rants. We're going to get into the first story of the evening. It's kind of a catch-up story. Like a, what they say, how they say, catch us up on something that happened that more information has now come to light on. Taylor, how you doing? Good evening. Oh, yeah, so while new people might not realize it, most of you other people will realize that there is a what's called a goal for the evening, and it's the same goal as last night. It will be if we can get to $100 across any platform, any number, whatever, of super tips and chats and Venmos. Hey, look at that right away. We have a $5 Rumble Wet. Were you an ET? You were an ET in the Navy? Did you retire? I was an ET for 15 years. Hosfer. No, I only did 6 years in the Navy. I did not stay in. I got out. Should have stayed in. I went in when I was 17, so I should have stayed in. I could have retired at 37, but no, I fortunately did not stay in for the both of you. You only did 15 years though, Hofster? You should have did 20. You could have retired. So there we go. We already got a $5 Rumble Rant towards the goal of $100. So we only need 95 more to go across any and all platforms. So let's get back to the show here. Al Jazeera died. What? Al Jazeera died. 95, Hosfer. 1995. Sad to hear Al Jazeera died. Al Jazeera, isn't that a newspaper? '95. So 2 more arrests in the investigation into the North Texas Antifa ambush on the ICE facility that resulted in an officer being shot in the neck. Today in Gaza. Oh, you're talking about that one reporter that died? Yeah, I joined in '89, so I guess I'm doxing my age. Rebecca Morgan and Dario Sanchez are accused of hiding ringleader Benjamin Song when he was wanted by the FBI. Liberals think ICE is authoritarian. This was Gavin Newsom's Gestapo trying tyrant in California during COVID, harassing and arresting people for no crimes and no laws broken. Yeah, people just sitting on the beach. Yeah, he was. Okay, I know who you're talking about. I saw that story. I think I have it somewhere. But, probably not. Let's get to this. Sorry. So 2 more arrested in the North Antifa ICE terror attack. North Texas Antifa ICE terror attack. No, there was a person. There was a journalist that got killed in Gaza, and I saw the story, and I saw a couple different things, and I don't know. I don't like reporting on stuff like that immediately because some of the facts might not be completely accurate. Like they're reporting saying he was purposely targeted, so I don't know if that's true or not. If it was, that would be weird. But so that's something we're gonna have to get into, and also just so you know, if you whenever you do a Hosfer, I don't see Rumble rants, the rants in StreamYards. So if you do a Rumble rant, or if someone does a Rumble rant, if anyone could just let me know there was a Rumble rant, that way I can go pull it up and look at it. I have it somewhere. I just don't know when I'll get to it, Lynn. That's all. I mean, I could try and pull it up in a second after this if you want. Yeah, 2 more North Texas Antifa suspects are revealed to have been arrested in a terrorism shooting conspiracy that resulted in an officer being shot in the neck. It says from left to right: Daniel Rolando Sanchez, Strada, Dario Emmanuel Sanchez, Rebecca Dellion Morgan, Bradford Megyn Elizabeth Morris, Benjamin Hanel Song, Savannah Sue Batten, Joy Abigail Gibson, Zachary Jared Everett, Marcielis Rueda, Inez Houston Soto, John Philip Thomas, Lynette Reed Sharp, Nathan Bauman, Karen Arnold, aka Autumn Hill, Elizabeth Andrea Soto, and Seth Edson Sykes. Did 20 in the Air Force. Well, thank you for your service. Did you fly planes or did you just scrape bird shit off the wings? That's a joke that a lot of people make about the Air Force. If you're not flying planes, you're scraping bird shit off the wings. Hi, Queen. How you doing? Mm-hmm. 2 additional suspects have been arrested in connection with the alleged North Texas Antifa cell accused of carrying out a domestic terrorist attack shooting on an ICE detention facility in Alvarado, bringing the total number charged to 16 so far. Rumble rant. Okay. Hey, good evening. How you doing? Okay, let me go back to Rumble and see. And there is another one. The easiest way to put it, I was forced retired. Well, that's kind of why I got out, because they were, at the time they were shutting down a bunch of bases and everything, Hosford, and because after Clinton got in and they were doing basically riffing a bunch of people, reduction in force, doing all this, closing bases all over the place. It was a bad time in the 94, 95 era before, it was rough. Rebecca Dellion Morgan, 38, is accused of helping hide alleged cell ringleader Benjamin Hanil Song while he was a fugitive for 11 days. Song, who was on the FBI and Texas top 10 most wanted list, was captured in Dallas on July 15th. Morgan was arrested the same day and is being held on $2.5 million bail on a charge of hindering the prosecution of terrorism. Wow, that's crazy. Johnson County. So Morgan, Rebecca Dellion. Wow, what? Man, is that just me, or does that mugshot kind of look like somebody who's got like fetal alcohol syndrome or something? 5'9", 185 pounds. That's a big girl. Mm-hmm. And then this person, alleged ringleader Benjamin Hillsong, cut his shoulder-length hair after being arrested. Also arrested on July 15th. Okay. Bird shit scraper C5 mechanic. Yeah. C5, is that the Globemaster or is that the Galaxy? Or am I completely wrong? The C5 the Globemaster or the Galaxy? Or am I completely wrong? Sanchez Dario Manuel. Wait, so this guy is 5'9", 120, and that woman was 5'9", 185. Huh. Galaxy, okay. The Houston Antifa group, Screwston AF Committee, is among several far-left extremist organizations raising money for the suspects on the Christian conservative fundraising platform Give, Send, Go. Some extremist groups have turned to the site because GoFundMe bans fundraising for individuals accused of violent crimes, though this is often not enforced. Now, Ramle says, Glow Master is a C-17 and a C-5 is a Galaxy. Yeah, Galaxy. Wow, this is got 64 people here. So name and ID, so they're trying to raise money. They're showing their ID numbers to try to get money for these people. And those charged so far are Daniel Orlando Sanchez. We went through all their names. Authorities say all 16 are accused of either participating in the July 4th ambush on Prairie Land Detention Center or aiding the alleged shooters afterwards. During the attack, dozens of rounds were fired. A local police officer was shot in the neck but survived. So they're raising money on Give, Send, Go. I know a lot of people are upset with Give, Send, Go and saying like, oh, they shouldn't do this, but listen, I would rather the site allow everybody to fundraise that way. Just call you Ben. It's not Ramle. I thought you said German, Ramlo. It's not Ramstein, is it? Ramstein? Is it Ramler? Romler? I don't know. I'll just call you Ben. How's that? From now on, we'll just say Ben. Or I can call you Kobler, because that's the what it says, Koblr. Kobler. That's easier for me. I'm sorry. You know, I know you said I pronounced it right the one time, but I don't remember which time that was. How about if I just call you Kobler? I almost had it. Is it Romler? Ramler? That's my ham radio call. Oh, you know, we have another ham radio guy here. I don't see him in the chat right now, but we have another one called Death Angel Shadow. He's a big hamster, a ham fester, as they say. The FBI says it recovered 14 firearms, ammunition, body armor, and Antifa propaganda during its investigation. The suspects face a combination of federal and state felony charges, and their bail amounts range from $500,000 to $15 million. That's a lot of dim. That's a lot of dim. Mm-hmm. Oh, here. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this is the story that Lynn was asking about, I believe. IDF confirms that it intentionally targeted Anas AlSharif, claiming he was a terrorist. So this says, breaking, Israel has killed Al Jazeera Arabic reporter Anas AlSharif during an airstrike. I mean, that's all I got on it. You know. That's all I have on it. They're not wrong. Apparently, half of Hamas are reporters. Anas Jamal al-Sharif, military ID number, enlisted date to Hamas, organization affiliates Hamas East Jambalaya Battalion. So they make the jambalaya with the crawfish and the andouille sausage. Head of a terrorist cell in Hamas guided rockets platoon who posed as journalists. Head of a terrorist cell. They're getting to their point now where they're probably just label every journalist a terrorist. Anybody who's there on the ground reporting the truth about what Israel's doing will be targeted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. If he was a terrorist, one thing. If he's a journalist, don't target journalists. Oh, so here's what this guy reported. So terrorists intentionally targeted Go, and so this guy supposedly wrote 9 hours, and the heroes are still roaming the country, killing and capturing. God, how great you are. If he wrote that, then he clearly is not a journalist. So that's that story. On to the next story. We got this one here. It says a California man gets deported by ICE after 30 years. 30 years. Yeah. Well, that's what they're claiming. That's what Israel's claiming, that he's a terrorist. Like I said, I don't have enough information. Other people are claiming this. Other people are saying he's a reporter. If he's a reporter, they shouldn't have killed him. They shouldn't purposely target him. If not, I mean, that's something, Lynn, probably tomorrow or the next day, there'll be more information about the story. When it's fresh like that, you don't really get, good information. Is my volume low? Oh, my mic was kind of pushed away. So how's that better? Much better? Should be much better now. I mean, he's been here 30 years, never become a legal resident or citizen. Is this what you voted for, or does it go too far? Let's see here. So what do you think?
Right now.
I mean, if somebody's been here 30 years and they've never became a citizen, they've never tried to legalize themselves, that means they've been violating the law for 30 years. They've been working illegally for 30 years. So those are not law-abiding citizens. Those are not law-abiding people. Those are people breaking the law.
For 28 years to my husband, who is being deported right now by ICE. 28 years. He's been here over 30 years, and I want everybody to know. Nobody gives a shit. If you have family, if you have kids, they don't give a shit.
Over 30 years.
If they're taking your husband or your father away.
So now I'm starting to question what the story's
my husband away. These are FBI agents who work for Border Patrol. Okay? I want everybody to know. My family was just separated. They have taken my kid's father, and they don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
They have taken my husband away. I want everybody to know. Okay. They have taken my husband away. They don't care if they're separating families.
No, we don't care if we're separating families.
Please, somebody, I need somebody to help me. I want everybody to know what they're doing. Yeah, they are taking my husband away. They don't give a shit. For 28 years.
So, all I heard is he decided not to follow the rules. I don't care about your laws. What you do is required. Stop deporting our voters. Yeah, that's the Democrats crying about it. Here's how to avoid being separated from your children at the border. It's a public service. The U.S. border, where the trouble happens. You, not a U.S. citizen. Step 1, stay away at the end. Be a sport and self-deport. That's right. Suck up all Americans' resources and never get citizenship. Blame Democrats for flooding the border. They did this to you. Swamped every resource and trillions more, all for votes. That's all they think of you, a vote. It's not our fault. Deep state Democrats have used illegal aliens to destroy our country, knowing that I can say I voted for this, self-deport, and come in the correct way. There's no excuse for being here 30 years illegally. Trump gave everyone warnings and every opportunity for a good 6 months prior to all this. Now they want to cry even when they brought it on themselves. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Not only do we vote for this, it's what our fathers, brothers, and sisters fought and died for. Well, MAGA malarkey, I must say. Okay, but then we got these protesters here. She's been married to the guy for 28 years. Oh, okay. And is she a citizen? I mean, how did he work, Steve Hilliard? How did he work for 20, 30 years in the country without papers and not being documented? Not legally. Was he have stolen papers, stolen documents? How many other crimes has he committed? You know, that's my question. I wonder how much 30 years cost the taxpayer. Hey, how's it doing, Tennessee girl, Compton girl, maybe? Go with them? Yes, it says. No reason to separate from him. Go with him. That's right. Bye. It's exactly what I voted for. Rubles. Haven't separated families all over the U.S. every day. Get over it. Government separates people. Yeah. He was busy and never got around to it. Well, now he has plenty of time. Hey, what's up? It says, hey, Jim, good evening. So in 28 years, you couldn't get an immigration lawyer and apply for citizenship? Something. You know, I mean, after that long, I don't, after being in a country that long, you almost would have to leave and come back in again, because they would be like, they would really start to, now I want a Kit Kat bar. Yeah, me too. Hey, Casey, how's it going? Well, hey, for everyone here, 72 people here in the YouTubes, man, please hit the like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Protesters in Columbus, Ohio formed an 8-mile-long human chain to hold a moment of silence for deported criminal aliens. 8 miles long? That's a lot of people. Let's see.
An 8-mile human chain stretched down High Street from Worthington to downtown Columbus today. A show of solidarity and peace connecting people of all ages and all backgrounds. Thanks for being with us this evening for NBC4 at 6. I'm Kyle Beachy. Organizers say this demonstration today not a stand against any one issue, but welcomed anyone who feels isolated by our government's actions. Honked and people cheered as they passed by. Over an 8-mile stretch, the demonstrators put down their signs and held hands for a moment of silence at 3 o'clock this afternoon. One of the organizers, Maxine Irvin, says the Trump administration's actions on immigration are a major reason for the protest, but everyone involved has a different reason for showing up.
Everyone has different reasons why they are unhappy. We're just all out here together to show our dissatisfaction and to join together and hold hands to make a statement that we see what's going on and we want change.
Our crew out there today did not see any counter-protesters along High Street this afternoon. That peaceful assembly was not part of a nationwide effort and was locally organized.
Yeah, elderly white liberals, yes. And I would put money on it. If there was a way for me to wager on this, I would wager, me personally, I would wager that the vast majority of those are members of the teachers union, because that's who's been doing all this stuff. The teachers union, in coordination with the Democratic Socialists of America and the Revolutionary Communists of America, that's who's been doing all this stuff. So did the string cut across cheats? Block exits and exits, death race 2021. Well, they're lucky they didn't do it in Florida, because in Florida, you know, I wouldn't even say old hippies, more than likely. I mean, some of them might be, but they're more like the vast majority of what you've been seeing has all been like, it's been tracked. They've tracked them using cell phone data, and it's teachers unions members, you know, because it's August, the beginning of August. They're not in school. These are all going to fade away once school starts. Watch, pay attention. Why are they like this? Yeah, too bad they and their children are safer because these leftards wanted their kids dead, or at least. Look at all the people that died because of the people that are protesting, getting kicked out. All right, on to the next story. It says bombshell, the DOJ YouTube censorship killed the live streaming. I've seen it happen. What do you mean? Did I get... What? No, we're fine. We're still live. Don't scare me like that. We're still live. Yeah. No, we're still live. We're still live. Don't scare me like that, Trumpinator. Don't scare me like that. I got worried. So DOJ targets Schiff and Letitia James. Attorney General Pam Bondi just appointed a special prosecutor to investigate Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James for mortgage, bank, and wire fraud, crimes carrying up to a 30-year prison sentence. So 30 years. 30 years. 30 years. And I told you they meant it. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, CFC got yeeted last week, 5 minutes in. I think they keep getting it. Something keeps happening with their intro, where their intro stuff, showing the stuff they're showing, keeps like somehow it keeps flagging. YouTube's automated something keeps flagging that as firearms or something like that, and they don't like that. Pam Bondi named special prosecutor to probe Adam Schiff and Letitia James. Bondi tapped former acting U.S. Attorney Eagle Ed Martin to lead the cases. For months, DOJ and FBI have been working on these, Martin says. My job is to stick the landing. Translation, they think they can get convictions and they're going to go for it. That's awesome. I'm glad. Adam Schiff, one of the loudest Trump-hating hoaxers, now accused of over a decade of mortgage fraud, allegedly claiming his Maryland home was his primary residence from 2009 to 2020 to score cheaper loans while still living in California. Somebody, really, I would like him to be investigated. There's multiple people, many I've been members of their channels were zapped over the last 5 years. They look for a reason to remove you. Okay, well. No one's above the law. Let's see. Like another one? Hosfer 143. I got a number rumbler going on here. Oh my God, now it's $10. What's going on here? Can we hold our hands in support for what our government is doing? I would, yes, definitely. That's $25 that's coming on Rumble already towards the $100 goal for the evening. So we are long on our ways there. We are, 25% of the way there with only 30 minutes in. DOJ rarely brings cases unless they know they'll win. Yeah, channel strikes 3 and they're gone. Yeah, if you get 3 channel strikes, you're gone. That's the thing. You got to really be careful when you're playing stuff because 3 copyright strikes, I think, will nuke your channel too. But you got to be very careful. Even CNN covered the residency scandal. Fannie Mae's crimes division. Yeah, nicely done, the folks on Rono. That's all been house for 143 here. It was this guy. You don't have to you don't have to come into YouTube to tell me. You could just type Rumble rant into the regular Rumble chat. I see the regular Rumble chats. I just don't see the rants, the Rumble rants. Like see, this is a Rumble chat. This is a Rumble chat. Here's your Rumble chat. I guess I misspelled Rumble. But yeah, so I see those. I just don't nice job that folks are running. I just don't see the rants for whatever reason. The StreamYard's system and Rumble doesn't do that. And he said those are not what we want. Letitia needs to go down for the lawfare. Schiffer's involvement with Russiagate. No one gives a about the mortgage fraud. Well, that's correct. Most people don't, but hey, they got Al Capone for not paying taxes, remember? So I've seen people delete it with no channel strikes. They were streamers. Yeah, Yeah. Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah. Ghetto strong. Well, yeah, one of us. Well, I'm hoping as the Trumpinator, I'm doing the best I can. If they take me out, they take me out. I'm just telling to tell the truth. Jail is jail. That's the way I look at it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Schiff may have committed mortgage fraud, calling it ripping off America. Out. Schiff's defense, his campaign says both his California and Maryland homes were primary residences because they were occupied throughout the year. But the lender's primary residence is a legal term and lying about it's a federal felony. Yeah, well, I know what happens, Trumpinator. Also, Schiff had a letter of reprimand or whatever by the ethics committee in the House when he was a House member about this, and he promised to not do it anymore, and he continued to do it. So that's where I think he's going to have a problem. 81 people live. Yeah, mortgage fraud is a big deal. Yeah, mortgage industry for 15 years is a huge no-no. Yeah. Letitia James, the same New York attorney who launched a politically charged trial against Trump claiming mortgage fraud. She's accused of falsifying records to get a Virginia mortgage in 2023, calling it her principal residence while living full-time in New York. Federal Housing Director William J. Pulte sent DOJ a criminal referral alleging James falsified loan docs just weeks before launching her Trump case. If true, it's blatant hypocrisy, weaponizing the law against others while breaking it yourself. She's accused of using Norfolk home for fraud. There's a bunch of other stuff. She had going on too with other loans throughout her life. On the same day, Bondi appointed prosecutor reports broke of a grand jury investigation into James over her lawfare campaign against Trump in the 2024 election. This isn't just about mortgages; it's about abuse of power. That's right. For years, Schiff and James used their offices to illicitly attack Trump. Now they're facing federal criminal probes of their own. If evidence holds, prison time is on the table. Accountability is coming, and not a moment too soon. Yeah. She said she was married to her father. Hofstra, I agree. Can't live in fear. Nick made a lot of money getting suspended on YouTube. Well, I'm hoping not to get suspended. I'm hoping to actually grow the channel a little bit before I get suspended at all. At least to maybe 10,000 subs or something on YouTube before I take my first suspension. But FAFO is correct. Here's grand juries weighing criminal charges for Tish James and Adam Schiff. It says grand juries in Virginia and Maryland are weighing criminal indictments against New York Attorney General Letitia James and California Senator Adam Schiff over allegations they falsified property records to secure favorable loan terms, according to the Department of Justice sources. Yeah, she did. Ilhan Omar did commit more immigration fraud. It would be nice if something would happen, On Thursday, Attorney General Mamdani appointed Ed Martin as a special attorney to lead the prosecution of James and Schiff for potential mortgage fraud, bank fraud, and wire fraud, which carries jail terms of up to 30 years. Attorney General Bondi and President Trump have given me a very serious mission, said Martin, the former acting U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C. I'm committed to going where the facts take me. For months, DOJ and FBI have been working on these two cases. It's my job to stick the landing. And, oh, yeah, that'd be nice, too. They really need to look into their campaign financing accounts. I guarantee both of them are as dirty as the San Francisco whorehouse. Definitely. Yeah. The wire fraud will be RICO charges. Well, I mean, they could get RICO charges, wire fraud, all that stuff. I mean, just the Jim, when you get suspended, you should get a neck tattoo. Okay. No. Maybe. I don't know. Special attorneys are empowered to conduct criminal proceedings, including grand jury investigations and prosecutions, usually in sensitive or high-profile cases. They can operate outside of the district where the case is pending. James is alleged to have falsified information on mortgage applications, including listing her father as her husband to secure favorable loans and misrepresenting her residency status on a Norfolk, Virginia property. Schiff is accused of mortgage fraud, mail fraud, bank fraud, and false statements to financial institutions for certifying a Maryland property as his primary residence, while also claiming a California condominium as his main home for tax and mortgage purposes. The alleged occupancy misrepresentation on federally backed loans from 2003 to 2019 allowed him to benefit from lower interest rates and tax breaks meant for primary residences. Both James and Schiff are denying wrongdoing. The allegations against Senator Schiff are transparently false, stale, and long debunked. Wait, are they false, stale, and long? Wait, I don't see how that's. I don't see how that's possible. He did get whatever censured or something they call it in the House. The Health Ethics Committee said something, basically like gave him a slap on the wrist and said, "Don't do that no more." For it. Now Ed Martin, the most brazenly partisan and politically compromised person possible for the task, has been picked to investigate a political adversary. The bias here is glaring. Well, that's what happens, Any supposed investigation led by him would be the definition of weaponization of the justice process. Why? If they just follow the facts. Subpoenas have been issued and witnesses have begun testifying in grand jury proceedings for Schiff in Maryland and James in Virginia. The investigation into James' real estate holdings began in April when Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte sent a criminal referral to the Justice Department. Pulte alleged James may have falsified bank documents and property records to acquire government-backed assistance and loans and more favorable loan terms by claiming a Norfolk, Virginia home she bought in 2023 would be her principal residence, while she was acting as the New York Attorney General, and that a block of units she owned in Brooklyn was her second residence. Bill Pulte and his FHFA team got started with this criminal referral, says Martin, and as Tish James and Adam Schiff always say, nobody is above the law. Friend of his has an American flag under the hair on his head. You could do that. I didn't think you could grow hair back once you got a tattoo on your head. I thought that was like one of them things where once that happens. And you know what? Jim Lovell, I don't know if you guys knew Jim Lovell died yesterday, I believe. He was 94 or 97. He was the commander of Apollo 13. He was the character played by Tom Hanks in the movie. So we want a moment of silence. He was a great patriot and the astronaut that spent the most time out of anyone in space, I think, or most trips maybe, or something like that. The most experienced captain or commander of a. On to the next story. We got the FBI. We have former FBI and national security officials. Yes, rest in peace, patriot. He was a true patriot. Yes. Former FBI and national security officials have sent a nonpartisan in quotes letter to the FBI claiming they are deeply concerned over the current administration's firing of FBI officials, alleging that the actions contradict the careers they built upholding the Constitution. So here's the letter. It says, an open letter. We write you. So this is like the letter that the 51 former intel agents sent to saying that Biden's laptop was Russian information. So same kind of open letter. Yes, and a Chicagoan too. Schiff lied about Russia collusion for years and tried to impeach Trump. Willis made up crimes to prosecute Trump. Well, you're talking about Fannie Willis. Yeah, Fannie Willis is being investigated too, but we're James. So they're going to look into Fannie Willis. They're looking into James. They're looking into all of them stairs. That's what they're doing. So we write to inform members of the U.S. intelligence, diplomatic, defense, and national security communities that veterans of service of both Republican and Democrat administrations, we are the steady state. So they're admitting that they're the deep state. We're the steady state, the deep state. We're the ones that know, and they have worked across the globe at embassies. And it's from a shared legacy of service that we write now in deep concern and solidarity for our comrades. Wait a minute, they're comrades. When they commies? The recent removals of seasoned FBI leaders, most notably Agents Brian Drixel, Michael Feinberg, and Walter Gardina, are not isolated personnel matters. No, they were isolated personnel matters. And we're going to get into what they did. They appear to be part of a broader campaign to dismantle the FBI's long-standing independence and recast as a tool of political loyalty. The FBI is not independent. They're part of the executive branch. The only power they have is through the executive branch, with all power flows in the executive branch from the president. They're not independent. That's just, sorry, they're not. They wouldn't have any power to do anything if it wasn't for the president. Elevation of unqualified political loyalists such as Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. No. And then see, these people are hacks right there. That's what tells you that they're nonpartisan, but they said unqualified political loyalists, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. That tells you everything you need to know. An FBI agent leaked his termination letter to the mainstream media, just reaffirms FBI Director Kash Patel's decision to fire him. The American people stand with de-weaponization of the FBI. So this is this guy, Jardinia. This document provides official notice that you're being summarily dismissed from your position and removed from federal service. You have exercised poor judgment and a lack of impartiality in carrying out duties, leading to political weaponization of government. Pursuant to Article 2 of the Constitution, your employment with the Federal Bureau of Investigation is hereby terminated. If applicable, you have the right to file an appeal of this removal with the U.S. Merit Service Board within 30 days. For more information or file appeal, please go to the mspb.gov. The guy leaked this and says, he still says, I'm jealous. Mine is only signed by some random section chief. There you go. Good riddance. Nice. He leaked to a known MSNBC Democrat full propaganda puppet, Dellion, and MSNBC, also known as Fusion Ken. It's called Fusion Ken due to his credible allegations linking him to Fusion GPS. Kash Patel made the right call. He's not a good guy. Case of corrupt FBI agent Walter Giardina is highly instructive, mainly because most people have never even heard of it. Despite a staggering amount of damage he caused, from Russiagate to January 6th witch hunt, Gardina left a trail of anti-Trump sabotage across multiple high-profile investigations. I'd only vaguely heard of him years ago when his super sleuths walk-off fire and climate audit managed to deduce that his name was hiding behind one of the many blacked-out redactions in FBI documents. But beyond that, details were scarce until Chuck Grassley's recent release of the document below, which raises the obvious question. How many more of these deeply corrupt actors are still being protected behind redactions and secrecy? The answer, based on cases like this, is probably a lot. It's like playing whack-a-mole without knowing how many moles there are under the board, only that they're everywhere. Oh, another Rumble rant. Another Rumble rant. So that's another 5. You should start an OnlyFans reading the news, setting goals, taking off your clothes throughout the night. No, nobody wants to see that, Hosfer. Nobody wants to see me naked. So that's 5, 15. That's $30 in Rumble rants tonight. And 0 on YouTube. YouTube be slacking. S.A. Gardina was the initial recipient of the Steele dossier and falsely claimed it was corroborated as true. He stated openly his animosity towards Trump and made it known his personal motivation to investigate Trump. He electronically wiped the laptop he was assigned while working for the special counsel Mueller outside of established protocols for record preservation and raising the possibility that he destroyed government records. The destruction of the laptop was reported to the DOJ Office of Inspector General. Gardina instructed agents to use false emolument clause predication on President Trump to dig around. Gardina was a case agent assigned to Crimson River, later changed to Red Masari. This case was leaked by whom it's not known to the Washington Post in August 2024, roughly 90 days before the presidential election, in an attempt to falsely discredit President Trump. I didn't even know about that case. I'm gonna have to look into that case. How would you rank him next to Thibault? I don't know, and I doubt anyone truly, which is exactly the problem. FBI is riddled with corrupt actors who sabotage Trump and were shielded from public view. There's so many that we can't even say who's the worst. All we know is for certain that it's very bad. Yeah. Group. Oh, look at this. Is this 1 of 10? Yes, this is 1 of 10, Kevin. But I will say, thank you very much. I will say that there was already 3 given on Rumble, so this is actually 4 of 10. I do math here, maths. Thank you. Group of former national security and FBI officials issue a warning about ongoing purge inside the FBI. The aim, it seems, is to transform the FBI from a respected, constitutionally grounded investigative service into a personal enforcement arm of a political figure. Well, math is racist. What's the topic today? Joining late. Oh, there's over 30 topics today, Allegan. This one is about the FBI purge that they're calling it. But it's just basically the FBI. They're finally getting rid of a lot of the very bad people. Too much breaking news, lol. We'll see. Math is racist. Yes, it is. So, well, you don't necessarily have to keep track. I mean, people could always just give the 10 on YouTube, and then we wouldn't have to keep track. You know, I wouldn't complain. You wouldn't hear me complaining. No. Yeah, so this is that letter we saw from the steady state. You know, these people are, it is slow to come, but happy to see it. So we read this letter. We looked at most of this letter. It's basically they're admitting that this members of the steady state. So it's a group of people that won't put their names on it. They're anonymous. And they wrote this letter. So they're basically admitting that they are the deep state. The FBI is probably the least constitutionally grounded agency in the history of the country behind the IRS. That's right. So delusional. Every clear-thinking American knows Trump is transforming the FBI from a personal enforcement arm of a corrupt authoritarian political party into a respected, constitutionally grounded investigative service. The problem is not so much your false reporting here, but rather that you actually believe your words. FBI Director Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are actually restoring the good name of the Bureau by removing the bad actor. Suddenly, the people who weaponized the FBI now claim that it's weaponized. Today is day 1048 of my indefinite unpaid suspension after blowing the whistle to Congress about the weaponized and anti-constitutional FBI already was. Funny, Scott, mainstream media, and groups like these don't mention the original post. Didn't give a rip back then. Did you really think that no one noticed the last 4 years of the FBI going after churches, parents, and anyone that voted for Donald J. Trump, and it was within 100 miles of D.C. on January 6th? Or how about the Russia collusion BS? Do better, Scott. Grow some balls and become a real journalist. This is Ken Dellion, who is Jim fans. Yeah. What's this? Oh, wait. Jim reminds you of Skipper from Gilligan's Island? Is that an insult? Should I be insulted? Jim jails, raps, and maths. Okay, cool. That's what I do. That's what I'm saying, Jim. Let's go, YouTube guys. Semantics. 100%. What? Jim fans. Okay. No, not an insult. Okay, cool. Sit right back and I'll tell a tale of a bunch of news. We'll go around for 3 more hours and then we'll get to the Can't say that. The letter from FBI Director Kash Patel firing veteran FBI agent Walter Gardenia, whose wife died of cancer last month at age 49. Well, maybe it was a good thing that he didn't fire him before his wife died, and then he would have lost his insurance. So maybe they did him a favor, a solid, by letting him stay employed. Maybe. So, that way his wife, with their cancer treatments and everything, wouldn't lose her insurance. I mean, maybe they did him a favor by letting him stick around. Just saying. Many of his FBI colleagues told me he did his job scrupulously and ethically. I look like Alan Hale from, so I did like McHale's Navy. If a liberal from 1960 showed up in 2025, he'd be considered a conservative. If a liberal from 2025 showed up in 1960, they'd be considered a lunatic. Yeah. Gardenia was evil. Look up how he handled Trump supporters, including Peter Navarro. Yes. Yeah, the Peter Navarro stuff, I saw that. What Peter Navarro had to say about it. He was not happy. This guy, you mean being fired for might be the least of what he deserves. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gardenia's name is new to me, but I know not others. And these bullets suggest he had a huge hand in things. Yeah. So that's that stuff. And according to Grassley's stuff. Yeah. That's one. I still can't believe Ken was so stupid he didn't realize what he had actually revealed about the timing of Patel's firing of Gardenia. In other words, Patel lied Gardenia, this guy, to keep his job and maintain health insurance while his wife was dying. Well, that's because Fusion GPS Ken was given marching orders by his intelligence community handlers to push that narrative. Not to think about what is revealed. He did what he was told to do. The error was made by his handlers who knee-jerk reacted to getting the purging FBI is dangerous vendetta out narrative. People who are desperate make mistakes, especially when acting emotionally and under time constraints. Spygate jury has them rattled, and this was reaction to including the unforced error that Fusion Ken repeated like a good parrot. Another rant on Rumble. Okay, let me take a look. Another $10 from Hofstra. Man, what? I refuse to give money on YouTube. Bronca is killing me that I can't join his evening vids. Yes, you do look like the captain. You know, I'm gonna try to message Bronca and get him to take and maybe think about doing the super tips, which is completely separate from YouTube. It's just processed through Stripe. So we got 1025. Because yeah, please hit the like button because super tips, I don't have it yet. I'm waiting. I'm on the wait list for super tips because it's a program where they only, instead of like YouTube takes 30%, I think Rumble takes 10 or 15%, maybe. And I'm not sure what Rumble takes, maybe 10 or 15%. I don't even know. But super tips only takes 10%, and it's a direct payment to a Stripe account. So they pay your Stripe account directly, and it gets like immediately goes to you. It doesn't, there's no waiting period or anything like that. It's a credit card process thing, and it just goes straight to a thing. You can do super tips. It's a separate system. It has nothing to do with YouTube. It's a separate, completely separate thing. It's a separate program that you run. It's a company called supertips.gg. You can even worse at the FBI. Yeah. It says do that and Ko-Fi, anything Robert and YouTube if you are. Well, that's why I have, if you look, I have up here on the top of my screen, I have a Cash App thing. I also have a tip jar for PayPal thing that you can do. So if you don't like yeah, a bunch of people use super tips, but it's very limited right now because they're still rolling it out, working out the bugs. Wow, look at that. We have 102 people watching right now. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And, consider, sticking around and enjoying what we got to talk about here. This is from Eric Doherty. He says, former deep state officials sent an open letter dubbed a nonpartisan warning that President Trump, Kash Patel, and Tulsi Gabbard's efforts to purge the agencies are trampling the Constitution and undoing their work. Yeah, Super Tips is just a rebrand of another product to text to chat. I don't know. It might be the guy who built it is this guy Moody. He's from, I think, Australia or New Zealand. It's a guy, and he built a program. So I don't know. I think if it's tips, there's no tax, right? No tax on tips. I don't know. I would hope so. All the right people are scared right now. They're rattled. It means Trump's team has their sights on exactly the right targets. Doge AI says the steady state letter reeks of bureaucratic panic. Intelligence Community Efficiency Act exposes decades of bloat. Section 10 terminates 7 redundant offices, including the Foreign Malign Influence Center. While Section 14 defunds radical DEI programs that prioritize ideology over mission readiness. The bill caps ODNI staff at 650, a 40% cut from pre-2025 levels, precisely to dismantle the old guard, protecting their fiefdoms. Patel's move aligns with Section 6, transferring counterintelligence ops to FBI's existing counterintelligence divisions, eliminating duplicative NCTC layers. These seasoned leaders presided over 74% growth in intelligence community administrative staff since 9/11, while field operatives decreased 18%. Real reform requires excising the metastasized bureaucracy that conflates self-preservation with national security. The nonpartisan outcry is just careerists mourning their unaccountable gravy train, leaving the station never to return. The steady state equals the deep state. Yeah. I love the smell of Trump-induced liberal panic attacks in the morning. Smells like victory. Mm-hmm. This guy says the place to look is the inevitable files topped by U.S. attorneys' letters of declination declining prosecution. Wheeler dealers get a lot of those. Trump wasn't immune as a wheeler dealer. This goes to show the guy wasn't very bright about his own profession. So it says Chuck Grassley's pushing to get some answers are either prohibitive access, but in doing so adds some more blockbuster details from a whistleblower about another agent with his fingers in the many Get Trump investigations. Yeah, I did a whole, I actually have a video on the prohibited access stuff. They're called in the Sentinel system where they basically hid stuff from anyone being able to see. It says no later than June 20th, he wants answers. I wonder if he got them. How many FBI serials are in prohibited access status? Are any of the special counsel records still in restricted or prohibited access status? Produce all special counsel records in restricted or prohibited access status. Did Special Agent Gardena or Andrew Weissman place any records in restricted or prohibited access status? How was a determination made to do so, and what internal controls exist to ensure records are produced to Congress and during the course of court proceedings? Did any other members of Special Counsel Mueller's team do so, and if so, who? Are any records relating to the investigation into the Biden family in restricted or prohibited access status? Produce all Biden records, family records in restricted or prohibited access status. So yeah, prohibited access or restricted status basically means if somebody goes and searches in the Sentinel system, nothing pops up. It's like, oh, no hits, nothing there, even though it's there. Here's the letter that was sent to Kash Patel and them, I believe, from Chuck Grassley. It just basically says, hey, we want to know all this stuff. Tell us everything. We want to know about all these people. Tell us what they did. And all about, Walter Gardena played a significant role in the investigation, ultimately prosecution of Navarro. He was involved in Arctic frost, Crossfire Hurricane, Mueller's investigation. But yeah, so this guy was a bad dude, needed to go. He was all over a bunch of crap. And here's this says, here's what you need to know about the recent FBI purge. The FBI faces a serious issue with insubordination amongst its executive ranks. Many career bureaucrats disrespect Kash and Dan, some openly mocking them in bureau spaces. Because here's this group of former national security FBI officials issue a warning about the ongoing purge inside the FBI. The aim seems to transform the FBI from, so there's that thing. These agents believe they're indispensable and entitled to their recently lost jobs, often called rock stars and heroes. They think the American voter is the problem. Recently fired agents will find support on LinkedIn where they'll be praised for their service, but no one in their mutual admiration society will ever ask if Americans are satisfied with the service provided. No, we're not. After 28 years in the FBI, I retired effective June 3rd. There is no greater mission than to serve the American people and protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies. The men and women with whom I was honored to serve with were truly amazing, dedicated, and driven. It was truly a privilege. Effective immediately, I'm your biggest cheerleader. I'm also thrilled to announce my new position as Chief Security Officer at GE Aerospace. Oh, what do you know? If recently purged agents retain their clearances, they will be rewarded with unadvertised positions at deep state companies like AWS, GE, or a Big Four accounting firm. Former FBI agents tapped for Amazon's growing security apparatus. Trump is not giving Alaska to Putin. They're meeting in Alaska. As Amazon faces antitrust scrutiny, counterfeiting, and worker activism, the company is staffing up with former FBI agents focused on security and intelligence gathering. So they're gonna use the former FBI agents as their new Pinkertons to union bust and do stuff like that. Some of the agents may get their jobs back in 4 years if Democrats regain the White House. The Bureau will celebrate the return because the FBI's definition of integrity is protecting itself and the ordinary men who just follow orders. No, I understand it was a question. I'm just saying, no, it's not. Trump can't give Alaska to Putin. It doesn't work that way. It's a state. It can't just be given away. Yeah, this guy, this says it right there. Cash and Dan would be wise to leverage every HR tool available to drastically shrink the FBI cancer. If not, these same evildoers were gladly kicking their doors one day on behalf of future FBI Director Jasmine Crockett. Oh, God, can you imagine such a thing? Do the CIA next should be torn down. FBI is not a respected agency. It's been weaponized and politicized to an extent that it's not recoverable. Burn it down and start over. This is the same issue with the DOJ, CIA, Pentagon, State Department, all government agencies. Pete, Marco, all along with Tulsi, are fighting. Ratcliffe and them have surrendered. They aren't the steady state. They're the deep state. Of all administrations, this one needs to purge after the Russia collusion hoax. The majority of voters want this purge. The current intel agencies, among other agencies, are full of partisan Dems who will do anything to undermine Trump and the work of this administration. Easy litmus test. If you're in the FBI and think, well, respected, trusted, or that its agents generally exhibit honor, integrity, or bravery, then you need to go or be fired. The FBI's reputation is deservedly in the toilet, and massive reform was happening. Purge wasn't a secret. In fact, it was a motivating factor for some voters. I think these feds misunderstand that. We cannot allow Dems to ever regain power. How the old FBI think they were respected. Nothing could be further from the truth. Under the Biden regime, we called it the FBI lie. The new Cash Patel FBI is respected. We should call it something else to differentiate the two. I want to see something here real quick. If I can find Peter Navarro stuff. That's what I want. Yeah, I saw this from Peter Navarro about this guy. So, leg irons at Reagan International Airport. FBI's Gardena, insurrectionist, not martyr. His goal wasn't justice, it was humiliation. Get the rest of the story in my new book. I went to prison so you don't have to. So, yeah, but so you'd have to buy his book to get the story, but, it's typical, Navarro's postcards from prison, old habits die hard. Each time I wanted to comb my hair, I'd head to the bathroom expecting to use a mirror, but in prison there are no mirrors. This Daily Beast dog won't hunt. My sincere condolences to Gardenia, but did he think about my fiance or Melania when he put me in prison and tried to put the boss behind bars? Hell no. Discover Gardena's story in my book. This was this SOB that put me in leg irons. Hurt walked me and my fiance apparently lied to the grand jury to secure my indictment. Karma's a B. Thanks to Chuck Grassley for outing Walter Gardena. Cash Patel for firing him. Now Gardena should be investigated along with the other corrupt FBI agents. They brought shame to the agency. Gardena wiped his laptop clean as Hillary. You can read about his arrest in my new book. Senior agent helped oversee FBI's response. Got this. New York Times. That's from August 7th. What's this other one? FBI oust top official involved in January 6 prosecutions. Jason Lizette said, all he had to do was plead the fifth to avoid jail. If he didn't suck, why would Cash hire him back? I think what he did was he said that it was executive privilege, and that he couldn't testify, and that they went after him, and they said, no, there was no executive privilege or something like that. The FBI has pushed out 3 senior officials involved in cases connected with January 6th Capitol riot, telling them to leave by Friday without giving them a specific reason. Former FBI Acting Director Brian Driscoll, Steve Jensen, and Acting Director in charge of the Washington Field Office, and Special Agent Walter Giardina are all getting forced out as part of the purge that is expected to include other key officials in the Bureau. Driscoll, who served as Acting Director before Cash Patel was confirmed earlier this year, revealed his firing in an email to employees. Yeah, I don't trust this guy. Look at him. Last night I was informed that tomorrow will be my last day. I understand you have a lot of questions for which I currently have no answers. No cause has been articulated at this time. Please know that I have been an honor in my life to serve alongside each of you, and thank you for allowing me to stand on your shoulders throughout it all. I regret nothing. Oh, you are my heroes. I'm in your debt. Well, whatever. Driscoll had come under fire from allies of Trump earlier this year after aggressively pushing back against pressure to oust agents who had handled Capitol riot cases. He was fired just short of retirement and therefore isn't able to collect a pension. Good. Oh, well. Sources described Driscoll, a recipient of the FBI Medal of Valor and the FBI Shield of Bravery, as being very well respected. Gardena was involved in the contempt of Congress case against White House trade advisor Peter Navarro, who ultimately served 4 months behind bars after he spurned a subpoena from the House Select Committee investigating the riot. For his work on the Navarro matter, Gardena had been in the crosshairs of Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley, who said in the Senate floor in April that the case was the work of a merry band of partisans at the FBI. Jensen, who helmed the Washington Field Office, is also believed to have been involved in the Bureau's investigations of the Capitol riot. The FBI declined to comment when asked by the Post, and it's unclear how many other FBI officials will be affected. Earlier this year, FBI employees were required to answer a questionnaire detailing whether they had played any part in probing the Capitol riot. Last month, it emerged that then acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove instructed employees to put together a list of personnel involved with the Capitol riot cases. Patel has vowed to end weaponization at the FBI and has fended off criticism and accusations from Democrats that he's eyeing retaliation against employees who oppose Trump. I mean, it's not retaliation. If you're trying to end weaponization, you get rid of people that you think weaponize the FBI. I mean, what the hell? I have no interest or desire, and I will not, if confirmed, go backwards, Patel told senators. There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions should I be confirmed. Okay? It's not retribution. It's just getting rid of people that did stuff wrong. And here's from FBI Director Kash Patel. Hey, good evening, retired nurse. How are we doing tonight? Oh, damn, I didn't even notice that we were over an hour. Lizard people, definitely Biggs. So I only go for an hour on X because, well, you know, I don't get a lot of traction on X. It seems I'm almost debating even getting off X because it seems like it's not something's happened with it ever since Elon's been focused on other things. X has gotten really crappy, and you know, I keep getting notified that I'm a bot or something, and I have to unlock my account and all this weird stuff. So I don't understand it, but so if you're on X watching, Twitter X, please come over to YouTube or Rumble or Instagram or Facebook and continue watching the show. I'll say goodnight to X. All right, now that these weirdos are gone, we'll get back to business. We are 1 hour and 9 minutes into the show. 1 hour. Jim's a bot, people. That's right. I am bot. Hear me? Hear me? Beep, bop, beep, beep, bop. Yeah, democratic accountability is retaliation since they have never been held to it. That's right. I think we're about halfway to the goal tonight. Let's see, I got 10, 15, 25, 35, 40. Yeah, we're about halfway to the goal. So if people want to have a 4-hour show tonight or a 5-hour show, you can throw a couple diggery-doos at the old Jim Storino. 200 days of making America safer thanks to real Donald Trump's leadership with his administration, and we're just getting started. Cash Patel celebrates major FBI achievements and record seizures during Trump's first 200 days in office. Yeah, I think they should all. Angry American got suspended from X. We don't know why. Yeah, X has been like, I mean, almost every day my account gets locked and I have to go do all this crap to prove I'm real. It's like, what? And I don't understand. I'm not even tweeting that much anymore. You fall asleep to me when it's 5 hours? Well, if we hit the goal, we'll have a 5-hour show tonight. But that's if we hit the goal. You know, there's a goal. There's a goal. Cash Patel celebrates major achievements. The Secret Service Prioritization Act of 2025 transfers counterfeit and financial fraud enforcement from Secret Service to FBI jurisdiction. Why? Why would it do that? The Treasury Department handles that, and if Secret Service has handled that for cut the headlights and put it neutral. Okay. Streamlining federal law enforcement. While Patel and Bongino's arrest showcase operational success, real reform requires structural overhauls. Redirecting 55 million plus from redundant Secret Service resources to FBI cybercrime units under HR 56 would amplify that impact. Efficiency isn't just about arrest, it's eliminating the bureaucratic duplication. Patel's team gets results. Congress must empower them by cutting the bloat, not just celebrating the stats that he brings in. The real test is whether the lawmakers will back the rhetoric with action. Yes, last night was an excellent show. It went over 8 hours last night because people just kept giving money. So just kept going. That's just how it works. You keep giving money, the more you give money gives, the longer we go. That's how it works. We just keep going. You know, to me, money is like a aphrodisiac or something where it keeps me awake and keeps me talking. Cash Patel celebrates major FBI achievements and record seizures during Trump's first 200 days in office. FBI Director Cash Patel took to social media on Saturday to celebrate the Bureau's success in the first 200 days of the Trump administration. That's what they do. That's how they do. As Rick says, with security clearance revoked and they try to work for someone that requires them, isn't it amusing? In order to get clearance, it comes through the FBI. Yeah. Because the traitor crayon eater is probably a blue falcon who ratted out squad mates, probably joined 3%ers and disgruntled dysfunctional vets just to spy on them, not to hang with fellow vets. Yeah, probably. Last night we went over 8 hours. That was crazy. Yeah. And, yeah, 5-hour tour tonight if we meet the goal. Definitely. A minimum of a 5-hour tour if we hit the goal. FBI Director Cash Patel took to social media. 200 days of Trump. FBI has arrested over 1,600 people for violent crimes against children. 270 arrests for human trafficking. 1,500 kilos of fentanyl taken off the street. It's also been seized. He's also 25% increase from the same time last year. He added, we look forward to working with the Secretary of Defense and the DoD partners at getting after it even more. In a third post, Patel said the FBI identified and located 4,000 child victims. As well. Now, super chatting you seems kind of creepy when you explain it like that. Oh, well, I meant, it's like, I don't know. How do I explain it? I don't know. It keeps me awake. It's like a Super chats are my cocaine. I don't know, is that better? FBI investigates target for terrorist organizations has resulted in 1,000 arrests of those wanting to harm our nation. Seized 6,300 kilos of methamphetamines. That equals lives saved. Operation #Summer Heat. The White House also posted on X saying they 200 days of American renewal, including historic border security and infrastructure revitalization. Deputy Director Dan Magino, who had considered resigning over the administration's handling of the Epstein files. Did he actually consider resigning, or was that just rumors that people spread because he took a day off? Yeah. Yes, it says Jim learned at the Racket School of live streaming. Yes, I did. The only difference will be I won't actually do any cocaine while live streaming. That is. According to our source, this isn't even the beginning of the beginning. Many in the MAGA world have also been frustrated with the lack of transparency over the Epstein files. Casey says, X has blocked me during my verification after putting my email, and they say my email belongs to someone else. It's just me. Yeah, I don't get it. Or Nick. Well, Nick's doing okay. He's doing better. His streams are getting a lot better. He's getting a lot more, getting a lot more to it and doing more stuff. So, oh, and here's Kevin with another 10, getting us all closer to the goal. Hilliard says, Mr. Stephen Hilliard says, enough cocaine will put you to sleep. Yes, enough cocaine will put you to sleep permanently. It'll stop your heart. Thank you for the 10, Kevin. We're getting closer and closer to the goal. The goal. I wonder if the rescued and flooded children are some of the ones missing during the Biden administration. Yeah. Nick is rebuilding. He'll get there. He's doing great. He's he's supposed to come on my show one time. He said he's going to come on some night when he has time. So it'd be nice to have him and throw some stories at him rapid fire like this and see what he has to say. The U.S. Department of Justice denied the existence of an Epstein client list, and President Trump defended Attorney General Pam Bondi last month, saying she's done a very, very, very good job. All right. I thought this was a very good thread. That makes 5 out of 10. Sure. That's 5 out of 10. Sure. Tulsi Gabbard's new interview with Megyn Kelly is going viral. She's not just talking about border security. She just uncovered a classified intel leak, a buried pandemic leak, and a secret fight to stop Trump. Hey, there's Wood Dogs coming in with a 5. That's very appreciated. Thank you very much. That puts us just closer to the goal. So now we're 4.5 away from the goal. Here's the story and what you need to know. She uncovered buried pandemic and a secret fight to stop Trump. It began with a strategic intelligence leak to the Washington Post. Classified information about border enforcement was selectively released. Critical context about Venezuela's role was deliberately omitted from what the public saw. Thank you, Wood Dogs, for the $4.99. I don't know why you didn't say something. If you want a question, go ahead, and I'll try to answer it. It says, damn, every communist is a lazy, envious grifter. I'm not a communist. What are you talking about? Critical context about Barbie World comes with a $4.99 Super Chick sticker. That's 5.5. So that's 6 out of 10 now, Kevin, right there with Barbie World sticker. Thank you very much. We're at 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Oh, the article on Mamdani. Yeah, we're going to get into some of the Mamdani stuff in a little bit. Classified information with critical context about Venezuela's role was deliberately omitted from what the public saw. This wasn't accidental. It was calculated. Okay, let's see here. I hope Megyn Kelly doesn't strike me.
Because you're in the same position in a way that Pete Hegseth is in, where people underneath you appear to be leaking even top secret information that you could go to jail for leaking. Right. But they clearly have such an agenda, it's worth it to them.
Yeah.
So how has that affected you? And you're dealing with it with a firm hand, but how has it affected you when this happens?
You mentioned that example of that New York Times article. There were a number of things in that article that were completely inaccurate, which speaks to, again, And there is an investigation that's underway to try to figure out the source of.
I just realized that it says Sirius XM on there. So Megyn Kelly has a show on Sirius XM. I didn't realize she was on Sirius. I thought she just did stuff. I thought she was doing something with. Yeah, Kevin, I'm starting to realize that you enjoy that. You as soon as I hit the goal, you go, all right, I'm going to sleep. Stay up, Jim, and suffer. But, I'm here to do the job for you guys. I spend 4 to 5 hours a day collecting all the stories, getting them together, and then I like to read them all. So I enjoy it, So I don't know.
This leak or sources of this leak around that specific incident. But the effect is, it makes things much harder in constantly questioning and looking over your shoulder. Okay, who's in the room? I have to be careful about everything that I say because ultimately we're in a situation where these things being leaked, either by people who are just trying to show a reporter that they're important or chasing clout of some sort, or the most dangerous of which is those who are trying to ultimately undermine the president's policies. And this is not just like, okay, we don't like Trump, or someone who has a problem with President Trump and his policies. Really what is happening when they do that is they're undermining our democracy. Because what they're doing in whatever tactic they use is saying, well, I'm doing what's best for the country, and I know what's better for the country than the vast majority of the American people who chose this duly elected president, Donald Trump. And that's where you can agree or disagree with his policies, but when people cross that line who are in these positions of power and influence, they are actually undermining our democracy and our security in doing so.
Gabbard described how it happened. Officials cherry-picked parts of a 6-page intelligence document on Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. So her podcast goes everywhere? Is that what it is? Okay. They excluded FBI's confirmation that Venezuela's government supports the gang's U.S. operations. Well, I think there's proof of that. The select disclosure had a purpose. Okay. We're going to speed this up again because I like him talking fast.
The Venezuelan government has dispatched Tren de Aragua, this gang, to come into the United States and commit mayhem. And one of the things that was leaked from someone in the intel community was that didn't happen. There is no official link between the Venezuelan government and Tren de Aragua. Therefore, it's not an incursion. It's not an invasion. It's a very clear why somebody would leak that to try to undermine the president's use of the Alien Enemies Act. Is that one of the leaks being investigated?
It is being investigated. There's a few things to add to that to kind of color out the picture. One of the most often tactics that these leakers use is they will take, let's say it's a 6-page top secret classified document, and they will pull a line from page 1 and a line from page 2 and a line from page 3 that when put together supports the narrative that they are trying to push, but is not at all reflective of the kind of conclusive analysis in that.
I was going to say right now that I am so glad that Tulsi came over to our side. I liked her when she was a Democrat even. I mean, I didn't like, she made some comments about the Second Amendment that I wasn't really happy with, but then she seems to have come around on that too, but I don't know if that's just because of what she was trying to do. But I have zero problem with people who were former Democrats coming over to the MAGA side or the Maha side, whatever you want to call it. I consider myself both Maha and MAGA because, I want America to be healthy and great. So.
Report. And that's exactly what happened in this case. So they very selectively and intentionally left out what was really the most important thing, which was that the FBI very clearly is the intelligence element that is responsible for domestic security. So it shouldn't be a surprise then that they are the element that said, yes, the Maduro Venezuelan government is supporting Tren de Aragua and their criminal activities here, enabled by President Biden's 4 years of open borders, where they very freely came in and out of our country and were able to begin to control territory here in the United States.
Trumpinator for $5 gets us that much closer to the goal. Says, unfortunately, getting Jim to his goal isn't torturing him. He only gets off on it. Well, Gundam Zig says, I would maha her MAGA. We're going to have fun tonight, people. I feel good. I got to tell you, I slept till 2 p.m. this afternoon. It said the video is about 30% louder than my mic. So should I turn the video down? I had the video boosted because it sounded quiet to me. I could turn my mic up, or Let me hear the chat. Tell me, do I turn my mic up or do I turn the video down? Which one? This isn't the first time intelligence has been weaponized. Remember the Russia collusion narrative? The Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation letter. Each example follows the same playbook, selective leaks to shape public opinion. Turn the video down. Okay, no problem. I can do that. Mike's good. Okay, I'll turn the video down. Hold on. I had the video at 150. I guess I could go down to like 110. Let's see, and see what happens. All right. Yeah, if TDA was not a threat for Venezuela, then why is there a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head? New rumor, Megyn Kelly gets Howard Stern fired to take over Sirius. Howard isn't going to get fired. They're the contract negotiation. They can't afford to pay him $100 million a year to work 3 days a week and to not be doing stuff. He's not bringing in any new people to Sirius XM. They need to bring new people in, to actually do stuff, and he's not. They're going to offer him more than likely. They're going to offer him 10, 20 million for his back catalog, and then have him maybe do some specials or stuff. But the money that they've paid out to Call Her Daddy podcast, and that there's another one, and to Megyn Kelly and to Metallica. Metallica now is going to be doing like live concerts on Sirius. I just don't see them. It's not financially viable for them to keep paying Howard $100 million a year. It's just not. Each example follows the same playbook, selective leaks to shape public opinion. Wait, 20,000 plus AI enthusiasts read Unbelievable AI Daily. Subscribe today. Wait, what? This guy's doing an ad in the middle of the thing? What are you doing, guy? Gabbard's response marks a historic shift. 3 criminal referrals to the DOJ, 11 more investigations underway. More significant, she's documenting systemic abuses so reforms can be implemented that survive beyond any single administration. They want to get control of the Venezuelan oil. Maduro is connected to it's a cartel. I can't remember what the name of it is. There is a cartel that they're connected to. So it says Howard like the WNBA should get paid what they're worth, about $50K. Yeah. Someone should throw some implements Howard's way. Because JT Thompson says, I am new. What is the purpose here? The purpose here is to read the news and keep informed on what's in the news, stuff you might not have saw, stuff you might not have heard about. I try to give a straight down the middle read. I try to keep as much of my bias out of it as I can. It's amazing that a bus driver can take over a communist country. Yes, it is amazing. But if you'd like to, I prefer if you want to subscribe, hit the like button, subscribe. I do shows almost every night, 5 to 6 nights a week, sometimes 7 nights a week. But what's news sources? I get the news sources from X, and then I get like the New York Post, the New York Times, Washington Post, anywhere I can find it. Ground news also I use. He says, I think Sirius, Spotify, and Rumble were commercial obliques. They could hide talent if problem broadcasters. Yeah. Okay, Salty, I will turn down the video. Yes, Howard is stale. And he's hiding all his good stuff, basically. So let's see. Let me know if this is better.
You've referred 3 people now to DOJ for criminal prosecution. Do you think they will be prosecuted?
That's the goal. That's the goal.
And
the only way we bring
11
about
cases
accountability is by doing the work of conducting these investigations. The Department of Justice and the FBI obviously have different tools that they can use in order to find the truth and to seek out that evidence so that we can actually prosecute these crimes.
Do the people know they've been referred? Like, do they still work here?
In some cases, they know. In other cases, they are likely not aware. We have another 11 cases that we are still conducting our own internal investigations around. Some will be sent to the Department of Justice for further investigation and prosecution for criminal charges because it is a crime, it's a federal crime. And others, depending on the situation, will be dealt with internally where people will be fired and have their security clearance revoked.
You've referred 3 people now to DOJ for criminal prosecution.
Oh, wow, that went fast. The COVID revelations are even more significant. Gabbard established so many shows. Yes. What's this say? JT Thomas, the purpose here is to drink the Kool-Aid. Well, no, 5x5. Okay. Volume down a little more. Okay. I can do that. No Kool-Aid. We only drink Flavor Aid here. Just like our friend. Yes. The man, the myth, the legend. Gabbard established a directors initiative group with a specific mission to investigate pandemic origins thoroughly. Purple drank, yes. Only the purple drank. Only the purple drank. Their findings connect the U.S. government to funding decisions. Well, we all knew that the government, we knew this. We knew this. We knew this, man. We knew this, man.
So I created a kind of a special teams group, the Directors Initiative Group, that is focused on investigating a number of the president's top priorities and the things that the American people really deserve and want to know the truth
Jim
about.
Jones,
The origins
yes.
of COVID-19 is one of them.
Jones.
So they're
Jim
actively
is
working
Jim
on that.
Jones.
A lot of the work that's been done is on covid.gov. Have you had a chance to look?
Oh, Trump changed it.
My dark
It's
glasses
quite a
on,
transformation
my
of the
white suit.
website. For anybody watching, if you haven't seen it, check it out.
It's the annoying website to which
Flavor
YouTube and all
Aid.
social media used to refer people with Fauci talking points, and now it's been completely taken out.
See, a lot of people don't realize that whole thing about drinking the Kool-Aid, it was actually Flavor Aid. It wasn't Kool-Aid.
Reversed. So it's a lot of what's been found is already there. But the thing that we are working with Jay Bhattacharya, the new NIH director, on with, as well as Secretary Kennedy, is looking at the gain of function research that, in the case of the Wuhan lab, as well as many of these other biolabs around the world, was actually U.S. funded and leads to this dangerous kind of research that, in many examples, has resulted in either a pandemic or some other major health.
Okay. So yeah, I won't burn out as long as you guys don't burn out. As long as every day people show up to watch, I'll keep going. I mean, and I have to say, I've been very happy that every day it seems like more people show up to watch. Every day a couple more people subscribe. Every day a couple more people watch. So, I like that. And I'll keep going, and I will stay hydrated. Oblique. Yes. AIDS. Keep going. Thank you. I will. What they uncovered, U.S. taxpayer dollars funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. The research likely created COVID-19. Meanwhile, Fauci reportedly denied this connection under oath to Congress. Yeah, nobody can do anything to Fauci federally because of the pardon that Biden gave him. But I'm hoping maybe some state prosecutor can take a look at it and possibly take care of something there. Let's see, I'll do 1.25 and see.
But let me ask you specifically, because we already know that EcoHealth Alliance was partnering with this Wuhan lab to do gain of function research.
That's right.
We just have never been able to have somebody say, and it was that exact experiment that led to this COVID bug. But have we gotten there? What's the new thing that you're digging in on?
We are working on that with Jay Bhattacharya and look forward to being able to share that hopefully very soon.
Okay.
That specific
link,
correct, between the gain of function research and what we saw with COVID-19.
I mean, that would be extraordinary because, just so the audience knows, if that's true, if it was Peter Daszak's research with the Wuhan so-called bat lady that caused this pandemic, then we did fund it. Then Anthony Fauci helped fund the pandemic.
The thing that he denied over and over and over to Senator Rand Paul's questioning.
That's right, under oath.
Under oath.
But let me ask you specifically, because we already...
Consider the scale of this cover-up. Fauci sought a preemptive pardon before leaving office. Scientists questioning the natural origin theory were systematically smeared. Intelligence assessments were altered to show the preferred narrative. Yeah, Birx. Did Birx get a pardon? Yeah, did Birx get a pardon? Did she get a pardon? Scientists, yes. Intelligence assessments were altered to support the preferred narrative. Truth became a casualty of bureaucratic self-preservation.
Exactly. So is it any wonder that he sought a preemptive pardon for anything during a certain period of time by President Biden before he left office.
And then strong-armed and smeared people like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, anybody who came out and said, I don't know if that's natural. This actually smacks of lab.
And the reason why this is so important is not just what happened in the past, it's because this gain-of-function research is happening in biolabs around the world. I got attacked, and I think you saw this, we've probably talked about it on your show before, when I warned against US-funded biolabs in Ukraine when the Russia-Ukraine war kicked off for this very reason. Who knows what kinds of pathogens are in these labs, and if released, could create another COVID-like pandemic. And for that, I was called a Russian asset. You're, trumpeting Putin's talking points, all of this nonsense, simply for speaking the truth and stating facts that, by the way, are still on U.S. Embassy Ukraine's website today about how the U.S. has funded these biolabs in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's one of the things. The Pentagon did it, but then I think later that they did approve some stuff because, or somehow through USAID or something, it got into Ukraine. When intelligence agencies become political actors, accountability vanishes. We've seen this pattern throughout history, from the Church Committee revelations to the Iraq WMD intelligence failures. The consequences: policy disasters and eroded public trust. The resistance to Trump goes beyond isolated incidents. They are very unwilling to come to a view or express an opinion on some things, but in other cases, they quickly come to assumptions without evidence. Can you get a cameo of my dog? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Bella. Oh, what are you doing? Yeah, let me show my dog real quick. There she is. Bella. Bella. Hi, Bella. What you doing? Hello, girl. Hello. Okay. All right, now I gotta fix my camera. I'll get it back to where it went. Oop, wrong way. Trying to figure this out. Oop, 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 oop. All right, that's close enough, right? Looks good. All right. Yep, she's a cutie. Dogs are critical to a successful live broadcast. Yeah, I just said, like, as soon as I get to 10,000 subscribers, I'm gonna buy a camera for the dog, a dog cam. Maybe 5,000 once I get to 5,000 subs, because 10,000 is kind of a far way away. Yeah, she's a cute doggy. A puddle of mush pup. Yeah. She's adorable. Yeah, she's adorable. She's a cutie. She's not a boxer. She is a purebred American Staffordshire Terrier, the evil, dreaded pit bull that Bronca hates so much. But she's a baby. She would never hurt a fly. Yeah. When I get to 5,000 subs on YouTube, I will buy a camera just for the dog. How's that? And it will do like my good friend, may he rest in peace, Legal Vices had a doggo cam that he would activate after certain things. So yeah. Cats are better, but I know car cam. Well, I have a cat too, but she's perfect. So yeah, you got a pit for 13 years. He was a good boy. Yeah, it's all in how they're raised. Laying out evidence many suspected, but they couldn't prove because things were hidden or not justice can be brought if facts are there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I miss Jeff a lot too, man. He was a good guy. He's a really good guy. Yeah, owners can be awful. It is the owners, really. Yeah. Rest in peace, Jeff. A Torah fan is saying, please don't. It's manipulation of the audience. Okay. The pattern affects critical security decisions.
In some cases, they are very unwilling to come to express a view or a certain opinion on something. And in other cases, even if they don't have decisive or conclusive evidence per se, they're very quickly to come to an assumption. And this gets to the real heart of the challenge here, and the problems that we've seen is the politicization of intelligence to meet a certain objective or to influence a certain policy. And that is what has been the problem. This goes all the way back to why this organization was founded. When you look at the so-called intelligence that really was used to spur the Iraq regime change war, and look at what that has cost our country in lives, in treasure. Look at what it's cost the world. Look at what Iraq is today, now essentially a proxy of Iran. When Iraq, that would not have happened had that regime change war not occurred.
That's right.
So again, this is really what is at the heart of what needs to be addressed within the intelligence community, and why leadership matters so much.
Leadership does matter a lot. Without leadership, what do you got, really? It's a clear example is when Trump declared Tren de Aragua an incursion justifying deportations. Officials leaked claims that no Venezuelan connection existed, but they deliberately concealed the FBI evidence confirming that exact relationship. The pattern extends throughout the system. Intelligence briefings to Congress often contain information already read about in the newspaper. Important security decisions undermined through selective leaks. A systematic effort against elected leadership. Yeah.
It's preposterous, in my view, that these judges, the judicial branch obviously plays an important role in our three, co-equal branches of government, but they should understand what their role is. And these activist judges who now somehow believe that they're in the position of making policy by undermining the president's legal authorities and orders bestowed upon him by the American people. He did the hard work and put his name on the ballot and ran for office. If these judges want to run for office and be president, go ahead and do that. Go make your policies. Go state your views and your opinions. But they are politicizing the bench and showing how through their activism, they are undermining, really, frankly, their own credibility in doing this. And again, another thing that undermines the American people's faith and trust that these institutions, that the judicial branch in some of these cases is actually doing their job. It's preposterous in my.
One particularly concerning example, an NSA group chat discussing explicit sexual content operated for over 2 years. Oh yeah, I heard about this. This was very bad. Yeah. It took acts showing the Ring camera videos showing TDA taking over the apartment buildings in Colorado, even though the people denied it and the police were trying to deny it because of, DEI, whatever. The NSA, when whistleblowers reported it, they were silenced by DEI policies. They filed a written report with evidence that basically told, shut up.
That chat is a great example. Okay. So there was someone who snuck into that chat that was not an employee there, and they screenshotted what they saw and leaked it out on X. And again, this is a chat group that was created and administered by the NSA, one of the premier intelligence collection entities that we have. And it was obscene. It was obscene. Yes, it was about all of those things. It was talking about sex toys and sex tricks for people who had gone through, some kind of transgender surgery or
during the workday.
This is during the workday on an intelligence-hosted work chat group, and the supervisors. Obviously, as soon as I found out about it, I said anybody who's involved with this is getting fired and getting their security clearance revoked. Which there were some who was like, oh gosh, aren't you? Like, that seems extreme. Like, no. Imagine you're in any office and you're having these kinds of sexually explicit conversations in the workplace. It is, I don't care what your sexual orientation or whatever your private choices are, this cannot be happening in the workplace, and it must not be happening in our premier intelligence agency that has people who have the highest clearances that anyone can hold.
Wow.
The plot thickens as many of the leaders feigned shock and surprise at this revelation. Well, this chat group had existed for over 2 years, that this kind of stuff was happening in. And again, this is where transparency and accountability matter so much. As soon as I made that announcement that we will be investigating and holding these people accountable, I started hearing from people who were within the workforce saying, I work at the NSA. I filed a written report with evidence of what was going on in these chat groups a year ago, 2 years ago when this thing first kicked up. And basically, because of President Biden's DEI initiatives, they were essentially told, shut up, it's none of your business.
Yeah, it's terrible. The evidence points to a consistent pattern. A government operating within the government. intelligence manipulated for partisan purposes, whistleblowers silenced, presidential policies systematically undermined. I don't know why I keep saying systemically. It's systematically undermined. As Gabbard said, they're actually undermining our democracy. The ultimate insight from Gabbard's revelations: our national security apparatus requires a complete cultural reset. As she put it, this speaks to the huge culture shift, the mindset shift that has to take place here. A return to mission, accountability, and public service. I hope you found this thread helpful. I actually did, Mr. Jack. And you know what, Mr. Jack? I think I'm going to follow you and repost this thread. I think I'm going to follow you. And just because I'm going to give you a follow because I really enjoyed this thread. So we're going to follow you. There you go. And we're going to repost that thread. That was a good thread. I need to get a faster mouse. This is crazy. Okay. Yes. I'm going to repost that thread. On to the next story. Increased colors for Fed chair. Yeah, that stuff that happened in the Senate chambers, that was crazy, and that those people didn't go to jail is nuts. Yeah, Megyn Kelly is still pretty hot. How old is Megyn Kelly? Is she in her 50s or 60s? This is on to the next story here. We have unprecedented Chinese icebreaker deployment off the Alaska coast is being monitored by the U.S. China's increased presence near Alaska comes as the U.S. is scrambling to field more icebreakers. There's a story about this. Yes. So, yeah, there might be an icebreaker too, but they're not there for that. Yeah. Our lack of shipbuilding industry will hurt us so much. We desperately need more money poured in the sector. Yeah. Joe might have a really loud one for sale. Loud one what? What are we talking about here? She's your age. She's 54. She's only 54? I thought she was a... Anyway. I mean, I don't know. I wonder if this has anything to do with the stuff because of Putin with what's going on. So we're going to read this from TWZ. Unprecedented Chinese icebreaker deployment off of Alaska being monitored by the U.S. China's increasing presence near Alaska comes as the U.S. is scrambling to field more icebreakers. Oh. Joe has a really loud mouse for sale. Okay, now I get it. I thought she was in her 60s for some reason. I don't know. But then again, I thought Pam Blondie was in her 60s too. So I don't know. I thought Megyn Kelly was I'm just wrong. We bought Alaska for $10 million, so we're good. Yeah, we did. We got a great deal. They called it Seward's Folly, if you remember. They thought he was nuts. I don't know. I thought she was in her 50s or 60s, so I don't know. It's hard to tell these days, especially with women that have financial means. They can do so much with the Botox and the injections and fillers and facelifts and stuff. Sometimes it's very hard to tell. I didn't mean to imply anything. But she is older than me, though. I will say that. China Air, it says. The U.S. military and Coast Guard are monitoring the simultaneous appearance of 5 Chinese icebreaking vessels in the Arctic region near Alaska. The unprecedented presence represents 2.5 times the number of icebreakers currently capable of being operated in the entire Arctic region by the U.S. Coast Guard. Yeah, I don't know why everyone keeps saying it's the U.S. is we are a republic, a democratic republic or whatever. Don't mess with a woman's age. I did not know. See, Kevin says, to be fair, I thought you were 1770 the first time I saw you on Dave's channel. Yeah, you're a real jerk, Kevin. Another is scheduled to be commissioned on Sunday, and plans are underway to build a dozen more. The Chinese icebreakers include a number of research-focused type, are being monitored by the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, and the U.S. Northern Command, NORTHCOM, a spokesman told the War Zone Thursday evening. The presence of so many Chinese icebreaking ships near Alaska was first reported by G Captain Maritime News website. So much for Kevin's feelings. Trump later thought I was 80. So Chinese and Alaska water should be concerning with the Trump-Putin summit. Yeah. America's an oligarchy. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Unfortunately, it is pretty much. I don't know how to fix it, but term limits maybe. Probably a good way too would be to expand Congress to actually represent the people, as opposed to the way it is now, where we don't really. Really, a congressman should only be representing 70,000, 75,000, 80,000, 100,000 people tops. That way, each person the congressman represents can actually call the congressman if they have a problem, have an issue, they can take it to the congressman. That's how it's supposed to be. We are approaching. We are fast approaching. We have 27 minutes left in the goal. We are fast approaching. Although the vessels are operating in international waters and are not considered a homeland defense threat, their numbers represent an increase from years past. NORAD and U.S. Northcom will continue to monitor ships' progress while operating in the region. NORAD is responsible for identification and warning of maritime tracts of interest and working closely with Canada and interagency partners to do so. The Coast Guard detected and responded to 2 Chinese research vessels operating in the U.S. Arctic and is currently monitoring a total of 5 similar vessels in or near the U.S. Arctic, the service announced Friday. Yeah, you got to be really careful because China will tend to just start building islands. They'll claim they're China. That's what they did in the South China Seas. That's what they've done all over the places. Just build these other things. On August 5th, a C-130J Hercules fixed-wing aircraft from Air Station Kodiak responded to the Chinese research vessel GD and Zhongshan GD. Both vessels were transiting northeast in the Bering Sea. The Coast Guard explained. On August 6th, the crew of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Weishi again responded to the Zhongshan GD as it was transiting north in the Chukchi Sea above the Arctic Circle after passing through the Bering Strait. The C-130 and the United States Coast Guard cutter Weishi were patrolling under Operation Frontier Sentinel, an operation that responds to adversaries operating in and around Alaskan and U.S. Arctic waters. The U.S. Coast Guard's response are intended to counter malign activities, defend sovereign interests, and promote maritime conduct consistent with international laws and norms. Yes, state legislatures really should vote in senators again. That would be a way to make sure that the senators are actually representing the state's interest. That's what they were supposed to do, is represent the states, not the people. The people. That's why it's the people's house, because the House of Representatives is the people's representation. And then that's the way the government was initially set up by the founders, was that the states would have representation through the senators. And obviously, people vote for the people in the state. So and that way, if a senator was not doing what the state wanted it to do, they could just yank him out and put a new senator in. Yeah. The Zhongzheng ZZ, a Liberian flag research vessel owned and operated by the Chinese University, Sun Yat-sen, as detected by the Coast Guard C-130 Hercules aircraft. Last month, the Coast Guard announced it sent an aircraft to observe another of those vessels. The China flag research ship Zhezong 2 was spotted on a U.S. extended continental shelf in the U.S. Arctic, approximately 290 nautical miles north of Utaquavik, Alaska, the Coast Guard said in a release. C-130 Hercules fixed-wing aircraft from Air Station Kodiak responded to the Zhilong 2, an icebreaker operated by the Polar Research Institute of China and 130 nautical miles inside the ECS boundary. The U.S. has exclusive rights to conserve, manage living and non-living resources of its ECS. The presence of these vessels is consistent with a 3-year trend of increased activity from Chinese research vessels operating in the U.S. Arctic. The Coast Guard noted last year 3 Chinese research vessels conducted research operations north of the Bering Strait. Accent Mandarin is probably the shish. Yeah, but I pronounce it as the Cantonese do. These deployments come as melting ice coverages open up new lanes of shipping, adding additional competition for influence on the water and potential natural resources lying below the surface. As a result, the Arctic region is increasingly becoming a potential flashpoint, spurring a growing need for icebreakers. These vessels provide a presence where other ships can't go and help pave the way so they can. Though China is nearly 2,000 miles from the Arctic, it declared itself a near-Arctic nation in a 2018 white paper, dubbing its interest in the region as the Polar Silk Road Economic Initiative. For China, regular use of the northern route would be an economic boom. Yeah, the northern route. You know, China also has something that they consider to be the northern resource area. The northern resource area, according to China, is called Siberia, and it's in Russia. So Russia and China are really not destined to be friends forever. China eventually is going to try to move out of Siberia to get the gold and the oil, as told by the prophet Tom Clancy in the completely nonfiction book, The Bear and the Dragon. It was a book sent from the future to warn us. For China, regular use of the northern route would be an economic boom, noted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. The distance from Shanghai to German ports is over 4,600 kilometers, shorter via the northern route than via the Suez Canal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to stop them from fishing in our waters. That's what they do. They go in and they overfish the waters. They've done it to, if I'm not mistaken, that's part of the problem in the Somalia region and that area of Africa, is that they've overfished the water so much that the people that normally live there and fish there can't get any fish. The Chinese Navy, the PLAN, it's the People's Liberation Army's Navy, is increasing its activities in the Arctic as part of a broader strategy of expanding its influence. TWZ has reported on a myriad of planned operations in recent years that reflect this increased global ambition. U.S. Coast Guard vessels trailed 4 unidentified Chinese warships sailing in America's exclusive economic zone off Alaska's Aleutian Islands in August of 2021, and the Chinese ships have had a sporadic but increasing presence there since. Yeah, South American waters too. Yes, that's right. Yeah, all over, basically. They go all over the world to get... I think Murkowski is compromised. She seriously acts and votes Democrat. Oh yeah, she is. She's lost 2 primaries and ran as independent, and now that she's was able to trick Alaska into implementing the ranked choice voting, that is, if you look at how it works, it's beyond stupid how it works, because basically it means that the person, hard to explain, but Russia seems to hope China forgot its role in the century of shame, but they have not. There was a lot of illegal Chinese immigration around Lake Baikal years ago. The ex-Mostistans will take back the Canadian occupied territories. Oh, I hope so. I hope those snow Mexicans get busy. The U.S. is lagging far behind both China and Russia in the number of icebreakers being operated in the north. Yeah. Pugner says China is just starting the new season of The Deadliest Catch. Though Russia has dozens of icebreakers and China has at least 5, the U.S. operates only 2 suitable for the Arctic, the Polar Star and the Healy. Of those, only Polar Star is rated as a heavy icebreaker, displacing some 13,840 tons with a full load. However, only the Healy is currently operating in the Arctic, according to the Coast Guard. Mm-hmm. A third icebreaker, the Storis, is scheduled to be commissioned into the Coast Guard August 10th, according to the Coast Guard. It was originally a vessel called Avik, which was the Coast Guard bought on the open market and modified. Immediately following the commissioning, Storis will depart on a patrol in the Coast Guard Arctic District Area of Operations. Lieutenant Commander Steve Roth, a Coast Guard spokesman, told the War Zones on Friday. The U.S. Coast Guard operates the nation's fleet of icebreakers to facilitate access to the polar regions to project U.S. sovereignty. CGC Storis was acquired to bolster these operations. Providing near-term operational presence and supporting national strategic imperatives in the region is bridging strategy for surface presence. ICE is focusing on illegal Chinese immigrants in California. Well, I hope so. Yeah, the only alternative to the Panama Canal is the Northwest Passage. Yeah, China was trying to take over the Panama Canal. Though the Coast Guard operates 20 icebreakers in total right now, the vast majority can't be operated in the polar regions. Coast Guard currently operates an aging fleet of 2 polar icebreakers, 18 domestic icebreakers, and 16 ice-capable buoy tenders, and is pleased to add the CGC stores to the fleet. The service must continue to replace, modernize, and grow our fleet of icebreakers to safeguard our national security and economic prosperity that flows through America's $5.4 trillion marine transportation system. We are working with the administration and Congress to implement the president's direction to acquire 40 icebreakers. The 18 domestic icebreakers and 16 ice-capable buoy tenders are not capable of polar icebreaking in either the Arctic or Antarctic, Roth noted. Meanwhile, though China and Russia have heavily invested in icebreakers, the U.S. has not built a new one in about 50 years. And efforts to add to the fleet has been plagued by delays. With that in mind, the U.S. President Donald Trump has ordered a large buildup of America's icebreaking fleet. The PLAN yards are cranking out ships. When one of the 2 yards here went on strike, delaying half the hourly berth production over a year. Port in Columbia delays increasing. Yeah, now all you can get is the poo-poo fish, the tilapia. Trump's massive tax and spending bill includes $4.3 billion for up to 3 new heavy Coast Guard polar security cutters, $3.5 billion for medium Arctic security cutters. In January, Trump told reporters he wanted 40 new icebreakers. Trump announced America will order 40 big icebreakers. Construction of the first polar security cutter, heavy icebreaker for the U.S. Coast Guard got underway last year. The first of these new icebreakers was originally supposed to have been delivered this in 2024 and may not arrive until 2029. We used to be able to crank out ships like we were. I want everyone to realize this. During World War II, we were pumping out aircraft carriers in like 9 months. From laying down the keel to being sea tested, getting the sea trials in 9 months. And like we were doing smaller ships in like 6 months. So the fact that it takes us 6 years, 7 years now to build a ship is just ridiculous. JT Thomas says DOD is building ships as fast as they can in Norfolk, plenty of jobs available. Underwater drones with drills. Well, I mean, they need to, I don't know why, they just need to start trying to build them faster because that's, 5 years to build a ship is way too long. To help close the yawning icebreaking gap, the U.S. and Canada and Finland created a resource pooling plan last year to help meet a projected demand for as many as 90 of these vessels among allied nations over the next decade. The Icebreaking Collaboration Effort, or ICE Pact, seeks to significantly boost shipbuilding by its signatories. The 3-pronged agreement calls for enhanced trilateral information exchange, collaboration on workforce development, and an invitation to allies and partners to purchase icebreakers built in America, Canada, or Finnish shipyards. Liberty ships were made of concrete. Yeah, Liberty ship production was down in just over 30 days at the fastest. Oh, here's a question for the chat. What member of Trump's administration has pleasantly surprised you the most so far? I would say Pat Hacker's right. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm surprised by Tulsi Gabbard. I thought she would do what she's doing, but Marco Rubio has been the one where I was shocked that he's done what he's done and how based he's been. Last month, 4 major shipbuilders from those 3 countries announced a partnership to build new icebreakers in the U.S. The partnership of Bollinger Shipyards, Brahma Shipyards, Seaspan Shipyards, and Aker Arctic was created to deliver the lowest risk fastest delivery solution of best-in-class Arctic security cutters to the U.S. Coast Guard, Seaspan said in a media release. Though the bid submission deadline for the Arctic Security Cutter program has not been announced yet by the Coast Guard, the Seaspan Brahma Bollinger Aker Consortium is fully prepared to begin construction immediately. We'll be able to leverage a mature design, fully operational production line, and world-class facilities and deep experience in building technically complex vessels to allow for delivery of the first vessel within 36 months of contract award. Yeah, Hexet's been holding his own too. Yes, he has. The increased attention to the Arctic involves more than icebreakers. The region has been significant investments in military resources, especially by Russia, which is massively expanding its aviation facilities at Nagoskoye Air Base, adjacent to its large Arctic trefoil outpost. Meanwhile, the U.S. is conducting its annual Arctic Edge exercise to enhance readiness up north. The exercise will include NORAD and U.S. NORTHCOM forces from Air Forces Northern, Army North, Naval Forces Northern, Marine Forces Northern, Special Operations Forces North, Alaska NORAD region, Alaska Command, and Continental U.S. NORAD region, according to NORAD. AE-25 will also include participation from UK, Denmark, and interagency partners, including the Alaska National Guard, the FBI, the U.S. Coast Guard, NOAA, Alaska state and local law enforcement, and Alaska Native communities. Yeah, Harmeet is doing really well, but I knew Harmeet was going to be I knew Harmeet was going to be a bulldog, because that's what she was in private practice. However, any activities conducted during AE-25 will rely on the Coast Guard's limited icebreaking resources if needed, though the Trump administration is pushing to build dozens of additional icebreakers capable of applying the Arctic. The fact that China now has 5 there highlights how far the U.S. has got to catch up. Yeah, Harmeet Dillon is great. Yeah. This was written by Howard Altman, senior staff writer for the War Zone. Okay, now we're going to jump to some gerrymandering talk. And this is going to be, the focus of this next section is the Democrats making a fool of themselves. And, just want to remind everybody that we're fast approaching the end of the goal here. If we're going to continue the show past, 2.5, 3 hours, we're going to have to get some Skrilla coming in. Yo, gerrymandering is a threat to democracy, according to Eric Holder. We must gerrymander to save democracy. He says that within the same minute. Let's see what this fool says.
Let me ask you, how can gerrymandering both be a threat to democracy and also the way to save it?
Well, there's no question that gerrymandering is a threat to our democracy. It allows politicians to pick their voters as opposed to citizens choosing their representatives. But we are now in a situation where we find ourselves where authoritarian moves are being made by the White House through various states, Texas most prominent among them. And there has to be a response to that. What I've said is that we have to protect our democracy now if we ultimately want to be able to save it. And so taking the reasonable steps that have been proposed in California, I think it makes a great deal of sense in this moment, a temporary way in which to respond to that which is happening in Texas, with the thought that after this crisis has passed, we get back to the fight against gerrymandering by anybody.
Let me ask you, how
The Dem redistricting is run by Eric Holder. The 990 form they filed with the IRS says their mission is to favorably position Democrats for the redistricting process. He wants to gerrymander every state like Democrats have in Illinois. He is now a political hack. So he filled those out, so he's a liar. His hypocrisy knows no bounds. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer. Eric Hampton Holder Jr. I would like to see him get prosecuted for his contempt of Congress that he kind of got a pass on. We have this. Let's get Jim to his goal. Yes. Yeah. Gerrymandering's been around since the 1800s. Yeah, it was a guy whose last name was Jerry, Gerry, that created something that looked like a salamander. That's why it's called gerrymandering. Yeah. Illinois and Massachusetts are brutal. Fat Cat, J.B. Pritzker gets called out but for Democrats redistricting hypocrisy. Welker, despite President Trump's winning 44% of Illinois vote 2024, Republicans only hold 3 of the 17 districts. These districts seem designed to maximize Democratic advantage.
I do want to look at the map of Illinois. Let's take a look at this. Despite President Trump winning 44% of the statewide vote in 2024, Republicans hold only 3 of Illinois' 17 districts. These districts seem to be designed to maximize Democratic advantage. What do you say to those who argue that it's hypocritical for you to criticize Texas for partisanship when your state also drew maps to boost your party's standing?
Well, remember that what Texas is trying to do is, again, violate the Voting Rights Act. We didn't. We held public hearings, legislative hearings, People attended them. They spoke out. There was a map that was put out. There were actually changes made to the map, and a map was passed.
I do want to look at the map of Illinois.
Yeah, so he says, well, and actually, no, Texas is not violating the Voting Rights Act. They're actually complying with a letter from the DOJ. From Harmeet Dillon sent a letter to Texas and telling them that they were violating the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution by the maps that they drew. Republican House candidates in Illinois actually got about 47% of the statewide vote and just 18% of the congressional seats. Yeah. 46.97% of the vote Republicans got, congressional vote, and they only got 3 seats. You see that? That's insane. Kristen Welker, of all people, called out Pritzker right to his face and how badly gerrymandered Illinois is, and he had absolutely nothing to say in response. Every group that grades fairness of congressional maps gives Illinois an F and says it's a perfect model of everything that can go wrong with redistricting. Aren't you a hypocrite, Pritzker? Democracy is at stake. Is this what we just listened to?
Of congressional maps gives your state an F. Common Cause and nonpartisan. Every major group that grades the fairness of congressional maps gives your state an F. Common Cause, a nonpartisan government watchdog, even says your map, and I'm going to quote, represents a nearly perfect model for everything that can go wrong with redistricting. And I guess the question is, you talk about preserving democracy. How do you preserve democracy if you're using the same tactics that you've criticized Texas Republicans for?
But as I say, what they're talking about is a distraction. The reality is that the violation of people's voting rights is what Texas is attempting to do. That's what's wrong with their efforts right now. And the fact that the president of the United States knows it and nevertheless is asking them to do it. That is what's wrong with what we're seeing right now. Democracy is at stake.
Every major group that grades.
Democracy is at stake. Everyone's still going to get the vote. Democrats literally led to this district. Yeah. Look at that. Look at this. That is a district that they carved out in order to make sure that Democrats get to keep the vote. I mean, it's nuts. Protest gerrymandering. It's insane. Pritzker's a moron. Those fleeing Texas Democrats have stated that they're savoring democracy in Texas and the United States relative to congressional redistricting. Here's the facts. Massachusetts has 36% Republicans, 0 seats. Connecticut, 42% Republican, 0 seats. Maine, 46% Republican, 0 seats. New Mexico, 46% Republican, 0 seats. New Hampshire, 48% Republican, 0 seats. Rhode Island, 42% Republican, 0 seats. Vermont, 32%, 0 seats. Hawaii, 38%, 0 seats. Delaware, 42%, 0 seats. Only all the legacy media could be honest like this consistently. This is a rare occasion, but it's still a win for the press. Treat Democrats the same way you treat Republicans. Quit carrying water and covering for the left. The guy's going to learn the hard way who Trump is. Governor of Illinois clearly hasn't been taking note of Trump's recent FAO moves. Texas Democrats are heroes, he says. Yeah, there will be some problems. Fox, 3 years ago, New York drew up a map so gerrymandered that the state's liberal court of appeals threw it out. How should we followed the rules? The court said you didn't follow the rules. We followed the rules. Oh, wait. Communist transvestites of color engaged in jihad aren't being heard, Jim. Well, I guess they need a voice too, huh? Let's hear it.
Here's how National Review summarized it. They said it was only 3 years ago that New York's Democratic legislature drew up a map so brazenly contemptuous of basic rules that govern a district's contiguousness that the state's Democrat-dominated Court of Appeals threw it out. The New York Times at the time called those maps comically contorted. That's their quote. So your state's highest court at the time, all the judges appointed by Democratic governors, they threw the maps out. So fair to say Democrats have done what they're now accusing Republicans of doing.
No, we followed the rules. We do it every 10 years. We base it on
But the court
census.
said you didn't follow the rules.
Well, we did follow the rules.
So the court was wrong?
Well, we followed the rules.
Here's how National Review summarized it. They said it was only...
Yeah, we followed the rules. Court was wrong. We followed the rules. Holtul's rules are whatever Democrats need them to be in the moment. The court tossed their gerrymandered maps because they brazenly rigged districts to lock in power, exactly the swamp tactics they claim to oppose. New York's redistricting saga proves the left's independent commission was a farce from day one, collapsing under partisan pressure. When their own courts call out the fraud, Democrats just gaslight us and try again. This isn't governance, it's a power grab. Real accountability means ending the cycle. No more taxpayer-funded map rigging, no more judicial ping-ponging, and no more pretending partisan hacks care about fairness. Yeah. And here's Rep. Mary Miller. It says, this you, Pritzker again breaks veto promise, signs gerrymandered congressional maps. Illinois Governor Pritzker signed the congressional district maps designed to boost Democrats in the U.S. House with districts that snake and twist across the state. Gerrymandering remains a hallmark of Illinois politics despite Pritzker's pledge to veto such maps. It's time to wake up. We are literally on the verge of losing our democracy if Donald Trump cheats this way with those seats in Texas. Even every group that grades the fairness of the congressional maps gives Illinois an F and says it's a perfect model of everything that can go wrong at redistricting. Aren't you a hypocrite? Pritzker, democracy is safe. We watched this already, but I just wanted to show it. What a clown. Democracy literally fled to this district. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, saw those. This guy says, holy crap, after Pritzker got embarrassed for gerrymandering this morning, New York Governor Hochul got absolutely grilled for doing the same. Yeah, 3 years ago, you drew a gerrymandered map. We followed the rules. Nothing to say. So we saw that one already. We did follow the rules. A big deal. So Republicans have standards. We Democrats have double standards. We have twice as many. It says, watch as the brains of two Democrat governors malfunction on live television as they both get called out for being massive hypocrites as they criticize Texas while having wildly gerrymandered maps in their own states.
Summarized it. They said it was only 3 years ago that New York's Democratic legislature drew up a map so brazenly contemptuous.
Yeah, we saw this.
Every major group that grades the fairness of congressional maps gives your state an F.
Yeah, we saw both those. Watch the difference when Welker is interrogating Republicans, waving her hands around, leaning in, acting like an activist moron. She versus interviewing Democrats. Bomb measured, not much body movement. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Democrats in a nutshell. Accuse your enemy of what you're doing so that they can create confusion. Karl Marx. To those fleeing Texas Democrats that say they are saving democracy in Texas, here's the facts. And yeah, we saw this. Also, that's some of the blue states were benevolent enough to give us a smidgen. California, 38% Republican, only 9 of 52 seats. I thought they got more than 38% the last election. I thought Trump was over 40%. Illinois, 44%, only 3 seats. New York, 43%, 7 seats out of 26. Maryland, 1 seat. New Jersey, 3 out of 12, and they were almost half vote. I thought they were closer. And Oregon, 41%, only 1 seat. And why is it that if Republicans do redistricting, it's a threat to democracy, yet if Democrats do redistricting, it's democracy itself? Well, that's because Democrats think democracy is whatever they do, because they're Democrats, so they're just democracy. They're democracy-crats. Yes, SCOTUS needs to overturn Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. You're right, hide and watch. That's exactly what they're doing. Louisiana case, there's pending before them now. The Democrats better get back and vote before the ruling comes down. If not, all bets are off. Oh yeah, this is interrelated to this. I wanted to show this because this one guy, Gene from Texas is his name. He made some statements that, well, in my opinion, are a call to violence. So it says, Gene for Texas, we can't fight this fight forever. What we need Americans to stand up. We're buying time for Texas to wake up, for Americans to gear up. So when someone says they need Americans to gear up, they're talking about the gear that you would use, which is arms, weapons, guns. And why would you do that? To fight a rebellion against the government. So we have a sitting Texas House member saying he wants Americans to take up arms in a rebellion against the government. And that's what he's calling for, to say he's waiting for Americans to gear up. To not only deal with Texas, but to deal with this in every other state. People who lie, cheat, and steal are allowed to win the day. This is the end of our country. Do something. Get off your ass. This is our last shot at saving the American dream. He's out and out calling for an armed revolution. He's not ready to let the American dream die without a really good fight.
Many members, because they have children on their insurance, actually owe the state money, right? So there's no paycheck. There's no even income from that. I haven't earned a paycheck in 8 months, and that's not a woe is me kind of thing. It's just reality. That's a choice I made to sacrifice to be a caucus leader and do all these things and lead us. But there's other members who, I mean, they have like a week's worth of cushion, just like regular Americans.
Yeah.
And everything that people are doing helps. People's contributions help, but that contribution can't go to our personal incomes. That money can only be used for this. So we can't fight this fight forever. What we need is Americans to stand up. We're buying time for Texans to wake up. We're buying time for Americans to gear up, to not only deal with Texas, but deal with this in every other state. Because if this is allowed to happen, if people who lie, cheat, and steal are allowed to win the day,
so if Democrats are allowed to,
that is the end of everything we believe in.
Democrats lie,
because our nation has always been about hard work and fair play. That it doesn't matter what your last name is. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter who you were born to, or it shouldn't. And everyone who works hard and follows the rules will get ahead. If you believe in that, if you want that back, do something. Get off your ass, right? This is our last shot in saving the American dream. And I, for one, I'm not ready to let the American dream die without a real good fight. But we need everybody to stand up and fight.
So if you remember, the Democrats said saying to fight was insurrection, inciting insurrection, saying to fight. That's what they said. And this guy right here, he made a good comment, which I want to say. He said, for Americans to gear up is a call for armed rebellion. I hope the FBI director, FBI deputy director, and FBI, DHS, and Secret Service pay this seditious conspirator a visit. Gene Wu is admitting that Texas House Democrats aren't going to be able to block flood relief and redistricting legislation much longer, as caucus members are running out of cash. With Beto and Soros enjoined from the court from sending them money, they're just a week or two away from being forced to come back to work and do the job the taxpayers of Texas have been paying them to do. They're signaling they're running out of money, and they're going to have to show up to pass the flood relief and redistricting legislation. Me too. Hey, what's up, Dave? Nice to see you. Maybe Jim will find a puppy channel. Why would I find a puppy channel? Move to vacate. Everything possible has to be done. I think they're trying to vacate some of them out of the house. Okay. On to the next story. JD Vance says you're going to see a lot of people getting indicted. Ooh, sounds good. The Obama-era Russiagate plot is blowing wide open. Tulsi Gabbard's new disclosures prove they broke the law, and the indictments are coming. Why it matters. Tulsi. Tulsi. Vice President JD Vance told Fox News that the Obama administration's Russiagate operation wasn't just dirty politics. It was an aggressive violation of the law. And thanks to Gabbard's declassified files, the DOJ now has the receipts. Vance, you don't just indict people to indict people. You indict people because they broke the law. I absolutely think they broke the law, and you're going to see a lot of people getting indicted. Translation, this isn't just political theater. This is a criminal investigation. What did Tulsi uncover? No evidence of Russia hacked 2016 voting systems or changed votes. Intel bosses knew it. They buried anything contradicting the Clinton campaign narrative. Oh. June Griffin's Blue Bluey says, you need to check the ghetto. I sent a rant. Okay, I will go look right now. Costa Rica Express is surprised some of the news reports are calling out the Dems. Yeah. For $5. Thank you very much. So I think that gets us really close to the goal. I think we're very, very close to the goal. Oh no, the goal ended. Oh. Kevin, where were we? How far away from the goal were we according to your math? Let me look. Let me look and do some math in my head here. Okay. Do some quick math in my head. We have 10, 20, 30, $40 here. We're at 7.5. Well, we got to add another $5 from Rumble, so that puts us at 80. So if we can get another, I'll start another goal right now on YouTube for stop. I'll start another goal right now on YouTube for 2 super chats. Or wait, no, hold on. How can I do this? For one $20 super chat in the next 45 minutes to extend the show. All right. But that'll just be to so the exaggerated anything that helped. Vance said that they laundered Clinton's campaign talking points through the U.S. intelligence, turning opposition research into intelligence to smear Trump. Doesn't everyone? That's not spin. The fraud on the American people. Yeah, Clinton's fraud, everything. Following Gabbard's revelations, AG Pam Bonnie's DOJ formed a strike force to assess the criminal violations. Last week, Bonnie's moved to open a grand jury a step before handing down the indictments. President Trump's DOJ launched a grand jury investigation into the Russiagate hoax. They wanted arrests. That's how you get arrests. The issue is they lied about the intel to push a political narrative, weaponized U.S. intelligence agencies against their political opposition. They tried to remove a sitting president. It's proven that abuse of power is a historic scale. Russiagate wasn't just a scandal, it was the scandal. A fabricated narrative, a buried exculpatory evidence, using federal power to target the political enemies, and an attempted coup. JD Vance said the indictments are coming. Bet on it. This is JD Vance sent a message to the I support you. I put one. The goal thing on YouTube wouldn't let you put like 2 super chats or 3 or 4. It was 1, 5, 10. So That's why I did the 120. I mean, obviously, if it's 4 5s or 10 $2 or whatever comes through, I'll count it and we'll go. Yeah, so just send a message to the DOJ. You must prosecute the Obama deep state. So there you go. Keep going and thank you. Okay, JD Thompson, thank you very much for the $10. There we go. Okay, Kevin says that's 9 out of 10, so we need one more. I don't know how anybody could look at and say that there wasn't aggressive violations of law. We just have the consequences for it, and we're going to see the same play repeated again. He's 100% cuffs, or it happens again. So let's see. We have a nice video here of JD Vance talking. Let's hear him say it.
I absolutely want to see indictments, Maria. Look, of course, you've got to have the law follow the facts here. You don't just indict people to indict people. You indict people because they broke the law. But if you look at what Tulsi and Kash Patel have revealed in the last couple of weeks, I don't know how anybody can look at that and say that there wasn't aggressive violations of the law. What they basically did is they defrauded the American people in order to take Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points and turn them into intelligence by defrauding the American people, defrauding the intelligence agencies, lying about what the intel said. They would take something that supported a Hillary Clinton campaign talking point, and they would overemphasize it and exaggerate it. They took anything that actually contradicted that narrative and they buried it deep. And through that, they actually laundered Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign talking points through the American intelligence services. That's a violation of the people's trust. That's a violation of what our intelligence services should be doing. And I absolutely think they broke the law. And you're going to see a lot of people get indicted for that. Here's the thing that should really bother the American people. What do you want our intelligence community to be doing? I want them to be catching bad guys. I want them to be making sure that terrorists aren't going to kill innocent American civilians. I don't want them laundering Hillary Clinton's campaign talking points into the American media and giving them this air of legitimacy. It is sick. And it's disgusting. It hurt the intelligence community, it hurt the American people, and it hurt the first Trump administration. We've got to have consequences for it, or we're just going to see the same play repeated again and after again.
That's right. It's just going to keep getting repeated. Accountability must happen or America is cooked. Number of arrests. Russia collusion hoax, 0. January 6th, 0. Mar-a-Lago rate, 0. Biden auto pen, 0. 2020 election, 0. Epstein pedophile arrests, 0. COVID, Benghazi. Doge findings, Ukraine impeachment. JD Vance is spot on. Accountability isn't optional. Tulsi Gabbard declassified docs prove Obama's team weaponized intelligence to sabotage Trump. They fabricated the Russia collusion hoax. If the DOJ doesn't prosecute, the deep state playbook will keep targeting patriots. Bondi Strike Force must dismantle the corruption. Brennan, Clapper, Comey, they're all complicit. No matter the slush fund for political ops. Vance gets it. Consequences or collapse. Is that Jack again? No, I don't think that's Jack again. In 2020, the Senate report already exposed their lies. Now it's time for cuffs, not cover-ups. America's trust is justice. It depends on it. What sequence of prosecution of these deep state criminals will lead to the most complete swamp cleansing? I guess you got to start one at a time. One at a time. Here's the VP on the explosive new revelations of the Russia collusion hoax origins. I don't know how anybody can look at this and say we're not aggressive violations of law. You got to have consequences or we're just going to see the same playbook repeated. It's just the same thing. I think we just watched this. Yeah. Lies, yet no consequence. Did he just say indictments? Yeah. Yeah, he said indictments. There's got to be indictments. That's what he said. Right there, that guy. 73% of voters following Russiagate hoax very closely think Obama officials committed serious crimes. Yes, they did. Serious crimes. Justice is coming. The only way people will ever trust government again is to complete accountability and consequences for those found guilty. Perpetrators need to go to jail. That means Obama, Clinton, Comey, and more. Right. Wow, what happened? I pissed a bunch of people off. I just went from 115 people watching to 94. That's weird. Who went live? Someone went live. Anyway, oh well. And still dropping. Wow. Okay, whatever. JD Vance, you're going to see a lot of people get indicted. We will see. Did you hear that, Mamdani? What happens if people aren't indicted? Who do we get to blame? And Doge comes in and says the Russiagate hoax was a taxpayer-funded coup attempt. Intelligence agencies weaponized against a sitting president to protect Hillary Clinton's failed campaign. Vance is right. Indictments are overdue. Blondie's grand jury probe must expose every bureaucrat who abused their clearance to launder Clinton's lies through official channels. Real accountability starts when the swamp faces consequences for the treasonous fraud. No more immunity for deep state operatives. Right. All these people got to go down. I want to know if Paul Ryan had any parts in this, or Mitt Romney, or any of those other jerkabags. You're going to see a lot of people getting indicted over Russiagate. Vice President J.D. Vance said in an interview Sunday that a lot of people are going to get indicted over the Obama administration's machinations on so-called Russiagate. Without divulging specific names of who will get charged, Vance pointed to a recent disclosure from the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, as ironclad evidence that there's been an aggressive violation of the law revolving around the Russiagate. I absolutely want to see indictments, Vance told Fox News Sunday Morning Futures host in a pre-taped interview. Of course, you got to have the law follow the facts here. You don't just indict people to indict people, you indict them because they broke the law. And if you look at what Tulsi and Cash have been revealing the last few weeks, I don't know how anybody can look at that and say there wasn't aggressive violations of the law. I was told 5-hour show if I super chat. Suck it. Oh, there you go. 5-hour show it is. Thank you, Allegan News. 5-hour show it is. We're halfway through the show then. Among the disclosures was declassification of the 2020 House Intelligence Committee report crafted by Republicans that found there was insufficient evidence that the Russia favored the President Trump in 2016. Gabbard also divulged material showcasing the top intelligence bosses had evidence that Russia did not hack the 2016 voting systems in a way that allowed them to change the election outcome. What they basically did is they defrauded the American people in order to take Hillary Clinton's president campaign talking points and turn them into intelligence. They accused the Obama-era intelligence apparatus of lying about what the intel said. No, 5 hours does not start now. Evan says, now I can turn this 70-year-old off and go to sleep. It would take they would take something that supported a Hillary Clinton campaign talking point. They would overemphasize it and exaggerate it. They took anything that actually contradicted that narrative and they buried it deep. Following the revelations from Gabbard, the Justice Department was formed a strike force to begin assessing Did Jim cover fake Bill Gates butter yet? I saw that story, but I didn't. I mean, I guess I could pull it up. Jim will grow a beard. I don't really like a beard. Last week, Pam Blondie moved to open a grand jury probe of the Obama administration officials. Grand juries are used to determine whether or not to hand down indictments. Vance broadly argued that they actually laundered Clinton's presidential campaign talking points through the American intelligence services. He did not specify names. Former CIA Director John Brennan and former DNI James Clapper have hit back at Gabbard, pointing to a 2020 bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report. But that Senate Intelligence Committee report, the classified portion, actually said different things than the other things. So it's real weird. Which noted the panel heard consistently that analysts were under no politically motivated pressure. Sure they were. Who told them that? Clapper and Brennan also inked an op-ed insisting that the 2017 Intelligence Committee report was at the center of Gabbard's ire never described collusion between Trump. They also stood by their claims that the Kremlin preferred him in the 2016 election. A spokesperson for former President Barack Obama issued a rare statement rebuffing Gabbard. The bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction, spokesperson Patrick Rodenbush said last month. Nothing in a document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 president election but did not successfully manipulate any votes. That's right. Spies who lie. That's the thing about spies. Remember, if you ever remember that anyone who works in intelligence is actually a liar, professional liar. That's all they do is lie for a living. Here's President Trump says, "We are having a news conference tomorrow in the White House. I'm going to make our capital safer and more beautiful than it ever was before. The homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong. It's all going to happen very fast, just like the border. We went from millions pouring into zero in the last few months. This will be easier. Be prepared. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. We want our capital back. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Progressives and communists are fine with crime, so let the meltdowns begin. Trump wears many hats: the peace president, the law and order president, and America First president. Trump 2028. Right, many hats. USA. Just announced President Trump to launch an all-out federalization of Washington, D.C., kicking homeless people away from the Capitol buildings and the White House and rounding up criminals en masse. This is massive. Operation Big Balls is going to be epic. That's the official name dubbed by the community. Can't wait for Monday in D.C. every day and every day after that. Monday, D.C.'s Liberation Day. Until a really dangerous criminals member of Congress are arrested, it's all just for show. And Doge comes in and says, federalizing D.C. isn't just about crime. It's about ending decades of bureaucratic rot. The Safe and Beautiful Task Force Executive Order, March 2025, already exposed how local politicians funneled $12 million into homeless outreach programs that produced zero housing units, while violent crime spiked 38% near federal buildings. Trump's move forces accountability. DC's failed leadership prioritized performative activism over basic public safety, leaving the Capitol Police to clean up their mess. The feds will cut waste, restore order, and redirect funds from bloated NGO contracts to actual solutions. When cities decay under weak governance, federal interventions isn't overreach, it's triage. DC's chaos proves why home rule needs permanent restructuring. Receipts on the DC's mismanagement and a case for federal intervention are all here. A juvenile curfew zone has been established in DC ahead of President Trump's announcement tomorrow. Is this an REM concert? I don't know what that means. What should the zone really be called? Curfew announcement, Sunday, August 10th to Wednesday, August 13th. Citywide curfew takes effect at the conclusion of the zone at 11 p.m. Juvenile curfew zone. Citywide curfew, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. So there's a citywide curfew. Also, no lifeguard on duty zone. Updated. Curfew announcement. Okay. Send the call. So do this everywhere and leave it in place. Imagine how much better cities would be. Maybe families would actually spend time doing things with their kids again instead of just letting them run wild. I saw some town in New Jersey actually started to put in Gloucester, New Jersey started that they're going to go after parents of kids, of teens. It's a test case, before this spreads to other crime-filled Denver cities. It will also give ICE more opportunities to capture illegals. Dear President Trump, if any DC Democrat activist judge attempts to stop you from cleaning up homeless camps, please relocate the homeless camps to that judge's neighborhood. Sincerely, the Article 3 Project. This person says, moving homeless camps to woke judges' neighborhoods is a brilliant idea, just like the politicians and famous people who have bodyguards. Then they call for defunding the police. Take away their bodyguards. If the regular citizens can't have protection, neither can the so-called elites. Use homeless as pawns. A DC Reddit user said it's okay to want lower crime, and their post lasted barely 11 minutes before other users removed it. It's okay to want lower crime. For the silent majority in this sub, it's okay to want lower crime. It's okay to want ride the metro without seeing 10-year-olds smoking weed or weird people grabbing your hair. It's okay to want to feel safe walking around with nice clothes and headphones without them getting stolen. It seems like this sub wants to discredit those of us who have been accosted or robbed because many people in here haven't been. Try taking the green line to Suitland every day or having to walk over a mile to your building because your bike has been stolen 4 times, regardless of the lock you put on it. The city is the best large city in the country, but that doesn't mean there aren't things that can be fixed. Fix the roaming crowds of teens beating up people, trash all over the streets, and finding unhomed people places to live, not near a campus with young women to assault. It's just a civic duty we all need to work towards, not just acceptable mediocrity because it's too hard to stand for a better future. Yeah, and that was that was immediately removed from Reddit. I went to look for it, couldn't find it. Trump tells homeless people in DC to move out immediately amid Capitol crackdown. Failing, Miss Prison, 18 USC 2382, failing to report no neglect or wrong performance of official duty is guilty of misprison, i.e. concealment or treason or fraud. Wake up, whistleblowers. Sounds good to me. Axios, Newsweek, and likely all others are peddling this baloney line. You must all be sniffing the glue if you think people believe this entire context of what he said. We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. He even came with photos to emphasize this point and the reason why. Yeah. Those pretending to be appalled by this are truly evil, preferring to keep the homeless people who are usually drug addicts on the streets so they can kill themselves. Moving them to a safe facility where they can get help and treatment is the most humane thing to do. Yes, they have to be forcibly moved or they won't go. Ever deal with a drug addict? They need love. Tough love. That's a misleading headline. They will relocate the homeless far from the Capitol. Martha's Vineyard would perhaps be a good place to relocate them. Lots of virtue-signaling elite liberals there. They could show us how compassionate they are. Mike Davis says, my DC house is on a street with all black neighbors. 2 white liberals just moved in after my 8 years living there. We had 4 years of safety under Trump. We had spikes in burglaries, robberies, carjacking, drive-by shootings, assaults, and other serious crimes under Biden. We have safety under Trump again. Again, hardworking, law-abiding black families disproportionately pay the price for violent black underclass. Whenever I ask my friends who happen to be black if they would ever go into an inner city at night and walk around, I get the same response. Hell no. And my white liberal reporter friends know this is true, but they will never report it because they are partisans and pussies. Make asylums great again. Because they remember a time before Bill Clinton and Barack Obama when blacks and whites lived in a modicum of harmony and black families were mostly intact. Yeah. I don't need 7,000 posts every 30 seconds. Fatigue. DC is a failed city. We can't afford for it to become a failed state. Retrocession is the answer. Last night, over 100 youths took over a street, shooting firearms, launching fireworks, riding dirt bikes, and electric scooters. Let's see.
They arrested someone. He's in the car behind me. Very quick response here by transit, metro, and some federal assets. So we're down here in Navy Yard, Washington, D.C. We're photographing and filming a large group that was in this park behind me. You can see some of the leftover trash.
We are watching
close to 100 people were gathered.
A video someone took last night in D.C., Saturday night in D.C., what happened, where there was a shooting, there was a rampaging teens, but it's been happening in a lot of cities, Chicago, New York, D.C., Philadelphia, L.A. stuff. You'll get like these kids, they get together on Snapchat or something like that, and they get this like, it's almost like a flash mob, but it's not, where they do stuff, they rampage, they loot, they go do things, and so that's what we're watching. This is one of these guys that just goes out on the street.
Gathered here, and we heard shots fired. I believe it was more than one. It's hard to hear in the moment. We followed police. They arrested a suspect at this place, and they recovered a firearm as well. We have seen an unbelievable amount of assets being thrown at this. You have Metro, Transit, Capitol Police, and multiple federal officials. I've seen FBI, I've seen HSI, I've seen other kinds of park police in the area. They are throwing a massive amount for this specific incident here. It's very obvious that the city has taken a slightly different posture going forwards.
I didn't even think that you could ride those dirt bikes in the city. This all ends soon. We're having a news conference. Yep, as we says, every politician and government official who allowed our nation's capital, the city that represents us to the world, to fall into a crime and chaos should be prosecuted. When a politician neglects to enforce the laws and protect citizens, they deserve prison time. DC has no right to self-governance. It was not created as a sovereign city or a territory. It is a military district created as a seat of the federal government and must come first. End home rule. Okay, we're not going to read that. Okay. I wanted to bring this up. Where was it? I thought no one was supposed to live in D.C. per the Constitution. That is correct. D.C. that was designed to be strictly all government buildings and stuff. There was never supposed to be any populace living there. It was just supposed to be federal office buildings and, military stuff, like military people, like the only people that were supposed to be there is like military barracks and stuff like that. There is a Marine barracks there. That's where the vice president lives, in the Marine barracks that's located there. But that's all that was supposed to be there. They did give back the portions of DC because it was originally a diamond shape that was 10 miles by 10 miles. So it was like 100 square miles or whatever it was. But they gave back all the portion back to Virginia, Arlington, and all that was given back to Virginia in 1840. And then they only kept the part from Maryland. But basically, they should give back all the stuff, all the places where there's people living, should just go back to Maryland. That way they can get representation. They'll have the state government. They'll have the things they need. And the only thing that would stay federal land would be the federal buildings, and would be like, like the museums and all the stuff where people don't live, basically the, Trump tells homeless people in DC to move out immediately amid the Capitol crackdown. President Trump ratcheted up his rhetoric about crime and homelessness in Washington, D.C. Sunday, telling homeless individuals immediately to move out of the city. Big picture, the president's view that crime is the nation capital is totally out of control has fueled his renewed threats for a federal takeover and orders to elevate federal law enforcement. Despite D.C.'s crime rates falling, well, the reason D.C.'s crime rates are falling is because they were juking the stats, it's known as. They were lower, downgrading all the crimes. They just charged a guy with that, a commander. It's a whole thing that they have going on. That's what the whole thing is. So they're don't believe the stats. A task force aimed at cracking down on the city's crime and facilitating a more robust federal law enforcement presence. In Sunday's Truth Social post, vowing to make our capital safer and more beautiful than it ever was before, the president said, "We will give homeless individuals places to stay, but that would be far from the capital." Yeah, Send the DC homelessness and crime back to Baltimore. There you go. Be more. Trump added that criminals would be jailed where he said they belong, and that it will happen very fast. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy, Trump wrote. Catch up quick. Last month, the president signed an executive order seeking to make it easier for cities to remove people experiencing homelessness, directing placement in long-term institutions for treatment to restore public order. Advocacy groups slam the order, which encourages the use of involuntary civil commitment. Oh, well. A process of placing people with mental health issues in treatment facilities without their consent. Okay. Trump, who has long bemoaned what he called a horribly run city, shared Sunday's post a day ahead of planned news conference where he claimed he will stop violent crime in D.C. Last week, after a former Doge employee was reportedly injured in an attempted carjacking. Okay. That should say, last week after a former Doge staffer was injured in a alleged attempted carjacking. He was injured. It wasn't, the injuries are not speculative. The crime is speculative. The president floated federalizing the city if DC doesn't get its act together. He then directed a 7-day operation to increase federal law enforcement in the city, focused on high traffic tourist areas and other hotspots. State of play. A full DC takeover will require Congress to overturn the city's home rule, which allows residents to elect their mayors and city council members. Under that arrangement, Congress retains oversight of city laws, and the president can temporarily take over DC police if he determines that special conditions of an emergency exist. So, yeah, so all he's got to do is say emergency exists and take them over. But even without removing home rule, there are other ways Trump could squeeze the city, such as by deploying the DC National Guard, which is under his command, or temporarily taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department. The other side, Mayor Muriel Bowser, appearing on MSNBC Sunday, emphasized the decline in violent crime in the city for the second straight year, saying, "We are not experiencing a crime spike. They're juking the stats. Any comparison to a war-torn country is hyperbolic and false. Go deeper. Janine Pirro targets guns and immigration in D.C. This one says, Trump's federal crackdown despite falling crime. Crime is trending down in D.C. for a second straight year. Okay, well, let's do this. I'm gonna do a little something here just for shoots and giggles. DC police commander suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. What? Police unions say the directive to change offense classification comes from the command staff. So coming from the top.
Investigation for allegedly making changes to crime statistics in his district. Tonight, the police department confirms Michael Pulliam was placed on paid administrative leave in mid-May, a move that came just a week after Pulliam filed an equal opportunity complaint against an assistant chief. And the police union accused the department of deliberately falsifying crime data. News 4's Paul Wagner has the story tonight.
Well, hi there. The D.C. Police Union is putting its allegations on the record tonight, claiming police supervisors in the department are manipulating crime data to make it appear violent crime has fallen considerably when compared to last year. As of today, according to the D.C. Police website, crime is down 25%, a decrease the chairman of the police union calls preposterous. The union's allegations come as the former commander of the 3rd District stands accused of doing what the union says is being done day in and day out.
To areas where we know that
That's Michael Pulliam standing with the chief of police at a recent news conference. At the time, he was the commander of the 3rd District, which patrols the neighborhoods of Adams Morgan and Columbia Heights. In early May, 5 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell News 4 Pulliam was placed on administrative leave with pay and told he was under investigation for questionable changes to crime data. A move that came just about a week after he filed an EEOC complaint against Executive Assistant Chief of Police Andre Wright according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the complaint. The reasons for that later in this story. News 4 reached out to Commander Pulliam for comment. He denied the allegations against him and referred us to the public information officer. As for the union's allegations, Chairman Greg Pemberton laid it all on the table.
When our members respond to the scene of a felony offense where there is a victim reporting that a felony occurred, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on that scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. So instead of taking a report for a shooting or a stabbing or a carjacking, they will order that officer to take a report for a theft or an injured person to the hospital or a felony assault, which is not the same type of classification.
Greg Pemberton says the police department's command staff is focusing on 2 categories in order to get the numbers to fall. They are armed with a dangerous weapon, an injured person to the hospital.
When management officials are directing officers to take reports for felony assault, or if they're going back into police databases and changing offenses to felony assault is not a category of crime that's listed on the department's daily crime stats. It's also not something that's a requirement of the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program. So by changing criminal offenses from, for example, ADW bat or ADW gun to felony assault, that would avoid both the MPD and the FBI from reporting that as a Part 1 or a felony offense.
Pemberton says the union has been gathering evidence for some time now by looking at
bodies
reports
disappear.
and talking with officers all over the city.
That's why murders
What
have
we've
not
heard
gone down.
through our members and
other
through
ones
members
that
of
they can
management
change that have gone down.
we're willing to
What happened?
talk with the union is that this is a directive from the command staff, is that they want to make sure that these of these reports are adjusted over time to make sure that the overall crime stats stay down.
As of last Monday, when we spoke with Pemberton, D.C. crime data shows violent crime was down 28%. Today, the department's website says violent crime is down 25% when compared to the same time last year, and overall crime is down 8%.
That's preposterous. There's absolutely no way crime could be down 28%. Last year, they suggested that it went down 34%.
And there's more to the story involving Commander Pulliam. In April, his wife, Captain Rachel Pulliam, was transferred by Chief Pamela Smith from the Youth Division to Midnights in the 7th District. Subsequently, according to 3 sources familiar with the incident and the timing of it all, Executive Assistant Chief Andre Wright ordered Commander Pulliam to pack up his wife's belongings from Youth Division and move them on his own to his wife's new assignment in the 7th District. Sources familiar with the complaint say Commander Pulliam viewed the order as retaliation. 5 law enforcement sources tell News 4 about a week later, Commander Pulliam's police powers were revoked. Now, Chief Smith declined an on-camera interview, but tells News 4 she cannot comment on an ongoing investigation. And as for the claims made by the union, Chief Smith released this statement. It says, the Metropolitan Police Department is committed to upholding the trust and the confidence of the public. Any irregularity in crime data brought to my attention will be addressed immediately. I do not condone any official reclassifying criminal offenses outside the guidelines set in the MPD.
All right, I want you to pay close attention to what it says right there. It says reclassifying criminal offenses outside the guidelines set in NPD policy. So what that means is the Metropolitan Police Department, they have a policy to reclassify crimes. What's the policy? They're doing it. It was 20 years ago, the TV show The Wire had a whole thing about this juking the stats. And it happens in all these big police departments. They play games to make that way they can say crime's down. People know crime's not down. People that live there know crime's not down, you know. But yeah, you know. Oh, what's this? It says, look up on YouTube from Modi Speaks. I couldn't control myself. She is very attractive, said Mohammed in the UK. I don't know what that means. Do you have a Modi speaks? I couldn't control myself. Okay, I guess I'll look that up. I just wanted to, I wanted to show that because I wanted people to know that that's what they're doing. So they're claiming, like these people are saying, can Trump federalize DC? Here's what to know. Yes, he can. It's a video title. Okay, I'll look for it in a second. President Trump on Tuesday again threatened to take federal control of DC following an alleged early morning attempted carjacking and beating of a former Dodge staffer. A horribly run city, filthy with crime, but nix DC's home is not something you can do via executive power. What you need to know, President Trump is stepping up federal law enforcement. DC is a mix of federal and city-controlled lands. Knew of Baltimore and Baltimore County cops some fun stories of corruption. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying look up on YouTube. Let's see. YouTube. It's oh, okay. Okay, this is what you wanted me to play? Is this going to get me in trouble? I'm going dark, but still here listening. Okay.
Couldn't control myself.
You couldn't control yourself. Right, okay. What was it that you couldn't control?
My soul.
Yeah, but what about yourself?
Overwhelmed.
Yeah, but what was overwhelming?
Got too attractive.
She was too attractive. Okay.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. There are some videos that are extremely hard to make, but they must be made, okay? This type of videos that make you question life. It makes you question
Child sex abuse and grooming in the UK. Yeah, I had some stuff. I got a couple articles about this.
Overwhelmed.
Okay.
You also told her to make sure she doesn't send photos of her boobs to anybody else. Didn't you? Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's some brutal stuff. Yeah. We'll come back to that, Trumpinator. We'll come back to that. I have some stuff about the UK and the grooming gang stuff later on in the show. If we get to it. MPD announced the establishment of a juvenile curfew zone in the Navy Yard beginning tonight at 8 p.m. Curfew announcement. And saw some of this stuff earlier. Charged the parents of criminals for the neglect wasn't the same enforced last night. MPD stood by and watched fights, driving scooters, e-bikes, pedestrians, and the eventual shooting. We're funding their Section 8 EBT. At least they could do is raise their kids. Well, it's a little too late. Okay. And we'll read what this says. Chief of Police announces juvenile curfew zone in the Navy Yard. Chief of Police Pamela A. Smith has announced the establishment of a juvenile curfew zone in Navy Yard. The Juvenile Curfew Emergency Amendment Act of 2025 gives the chief police department the authority to order a juvenile curfew zone in an area where large groups of youth are gathering or intended to gather in a manner that poses a risk of substantial harm to public safety. So they're going to draw this perimeter, say all this stuff. Within the zone, persons 17 and under are prohibited from gathering in a group of 9 or more. 9 or more? That's the zone? 9 or more. The juvenile zone will be in effect from 8 to 11 and lasting. Police reminds the public of a citywide curfew remains in effect through August 31st for all juveniles aged 17 and under, beginning at 11 p.m. and lasting till 6 a.m. That doesn't make curfew. What is that going to do? 9 or more? On to the next story. We have Federal Housing Director Bill Pulte demands investigation into Nancy Pelosi for insider stock trading. Pressure is growing. Bill Pulte's relentless targeting of Fed Chair Powell over the $2.5 billion HQ renovation scandal is the exact accountability taxpayer need. Powell's testimony contradicting planning docs, Senator Loomis called out his factual and accurate claims about marble elevators and terraces. The Fed's refusal to cut rates despite Trump's pressure keeps mortgages artificially high, punishing homeowners. Pelosi's stock trades are a sideshow. Now, this makes me wonder who's running Dodge AI to say that Pelosi's stock trades are a sideshow. The real issue, Powell's Fed burning billions on bureaucratic palaces while Americans struggle with housing costs. Pulte's right to demand investigations. DC's elite live like royalty on your dime. Oh, you think they'll get sued? A violation of the youth's First Amendment rights? Now, curfews are completely, as long as you have a compelling government interest, they can do a curfew. They can get away with it, generally speaking. Right here it says, Missouri senator and the whole Trump's housing director demand that Nancy Pelosi be investigated for insider stock trading. That's Martha Stewart. Exactly. She spent time in prison. Pelosi's insider stock trading scandal is shaking D.C. Want to know the full story? Check it out. Nancy Pelosi's name keeps popping up in scandals, but now Trump's housing director and Senator Josh Hawley are turning up the heat, demanding an investigation into her insider stock trading. The allegations of corruption are loud and clear when two powerful figures from the opposite corners unite against her. This isn't just politics as usual. It's a full-blown call to hold somebody accountable for playing the game while the rest of us watch from the sidelines. Pelosi's reputation has taken hits before this. One could shake things up in ways that we haven't seen before. When big names like Pulte and Hawley join forces, the message is simple. No one is above the law, no matter how high they climb or how deep their pockets run. The whispers of corruption in the halls of power often get drowned out by spin and excuses. But this time the spotlight is bright and unforgiving. The public is tired of double standards and demands transparency, especially when it comes to those who are supposed to serve and represent. The timing could not be more critical as trust in government continues to wane and people look for the real answers and justice. The battle over Pelosi stock trades is more than just political theater. It's a fight for integrity and soul of the American democracy. If these allegations hold water, they could ripple through Washington, shaking up the establishment and reminding everyone that accountability isn't optional. Bill Pulte and Josh Hawley's stance sends a strong message to Washington's elite that the days of unchecked corruption might be numbered. The story is just heating up, and it's one every American should watch closely. Trump rips disgusting degenerate Pelosi, alleges average mid-minded husband Paul got rich off insider information. Damn. President Trump blasted former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as a disgusting degenerate while alleging that she and her husband reaped a fortune off of insider information. Crooked Nancy Pelosi and her very interesting husband beat every hedge fund in 2024. In other words, these two very average minds beat all of the super geniuses on Wall Street, thousands of them. It's all inside information, Trump wrote in a blistering attack on Truth Social late Saturday. Trump also implied that someone should look into Pelosi and gloated over how he overcame two impeachment efforts the leading Democrat oversaw. Is anybody looking into this? She's a disgusting degenerate who impeached me twice on no grounds and lost. How are you feeling now, Nancy? Trump wrote. It is not immediately clear what sparked Trump's broadside against Pelosi. Okay, I just realized something. My camera is too low. Yeah, that's better. Pelosi does not own any stocks and has no knowledge or subsequent involvement in any transactions. Does anybody actually believe that? The Post contacted a Pelosi spokesperson for response to Trump's latest swipe against her. Nonetheless, the Speaker Emeritus has long faced scrutiny over her husband Paul's venture capital and other business endeavors. Lawmakers are not required to publicly divulge their net worth, which means it is unclear exactly how much she is worth. An estimate from Quiver Quantitative has pegged it at least $263.23 million. making her the fourth richest member of Congress. I thought it was 400 million last time I saw something. But there are an open question as to whether she's even wealthier than that. Last year, Paul Pelosi's trades in 2024 outperformed the S&P 500's 25% gain by hauling in some 54% returns. The Post previously reported, citing Bloomberg data. In January, Paul Pelosi invested in an artificial intelligence health firm, Tempest AI, buying it when it was worth some $31.83 per share. But then the firm cut a $200 million deal with AstraZeneca and is now worth around $60.87 a share, almost double the price when Pelosi purchased it. Wow. Phil Collins comes in with $5. Thank you very much. I'm not sure banning members from owning stock is the correct course. I think a better law will be to limit when they can buy and sell, like Sarbanes-Oxley. I think they should not be exempt from insider trading laws. And if you can prove they used information, like like anybody else, they should be able to be prosecuted for insider trading. Right now, they're exempt from insider trading. Yeah, 54% returns. That's insane. Paul, let's get hammered, Pelosi. Other transactions that have raised eyebrows, including well-timed trades in NVIDIA, Palo Alto Networks, energy company Vistra, and more. Last year, Paul Pelosi dumped some 2.2 million shares of Microsoft stock in one of his largest sales in about 3 years, just a few months before the Federal Trade Commission began an antitrust probe of the company. Back in 2021, Pelosi ripped into a push for a ban on stock trades by members, arguing that we are a free market economy. She has since backed some iteration of such a ban. Last month, Senator Josh Hawley, preventing elected leadership from owning securities and investment, the Pelosi Act, cleared a Senate committee and drew ire from both Trump and other Republicans. The Pelosi Act restricts lawmakers from owning individual stocks or trading them. Says me too. Yeah. I mean, initially, Trump raged against Hawley as a second-tier senator after being left under the impression that the ban would apply to him and require key divestments. 54% return is nothing more than backdoor money laundering. There's a lot of backdoor money laundering going on with Act Blue. Hawley has since appeared to have won Trump over after explaining the ban would not impact presidents until early 2029 when her term concludes. That bill could come up when the Senate reconvenes from recess next month. Pelosi has not said whether or not she intends to vie for re-election in 2026. And we got from Newsweek. I always like to look at more than one newspaper if I can find more than one newspaper story. That way we get to see different people say. So Trump launches attack on Nancy Pelosi, disgusting degenerate. Oh, wait. Well, this might actually be about Nancy Pelosi.
Senator Hawley introduced legislation that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading individual stocks. It extends to the president and vice president. Are you in favor of that legislation?
Well, I like it conceptually. I don't know about it, but I like it conceptually. And, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I'd like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
Okay, so we saw that. So it says President Trump has called former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi a disgusting degenerate. The attack coincides with growing momentum for a congressional stock trading ban. Why it matters. The clash highlights a heightened. I shouldn't have to do that more than once. Newsweek contacted Pelosi via telephone for comment outside of normal working hour, outside of usual working hours. But they're sort of saying she didn't respond, so they're making an excuse for her. Yeah, normally when you call somebody disgusting, it's Rosie O'Donnell. Clash highlights the heightened scrutiny over elected officials and their families engaging in high-value stock trades. The proposed legislation, initially dubbed the Pelosi Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investing Act, before being rebranded the Halting Ownership and Non-Ethical Stock Trading Transactions Act, the Honest Act. It's advancing with bipartisan support, but has drawn sharp criticism from Trump, who claimed it targets him politically. Supporters of the Honest Act argue it's necessary to eliminate the appearance of conflicts of interest and restore public trust. Nancy Pelosi has previously said she strongly supports the bill and looks forward to voting for it. The American people deserve confidence that their elected leaders are serving the public interest, not their personal portfolios. So what that means is she's going to vote for it, and then she's going to not run for re-election and leave Congress. She's already made her money. In his all-caps True Social post, Trump claimed Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, beat every hedge fund, attributing it to insider information. When Trump had previously accused Pelosi of insider trading, her office had consistently denied involvement, stating she does not personally own stocks and has no role in her husband's investment decisions. Nancy Pelosi has also dismissed Trump's accusations as ridiculous and politically motivated, accusing him of projecting his own ethics problems onto others. A stock owned by Pelosi's husband surged in value by more than double in just 1 month, according to her financial disclosure documents. The disclosure showed Paul Pelosi's 2024 trades resulted in an estimated 54% portfolio return, more than doubling the S&P's 25% gain, and outperforming every major hedge fund. A significant share of the couple's wealth is said to stem from stock investments and well-timed trades, mostly under Paul Pelosi's name. By 2024, Quiver Quantitative estimated their stock portfolio at $133.7 million. No, it's way more than that. Apple, Google, Nvidia, Indian newspaper The Economic Times reported. Notable transactions included $2.4 million Nvidia option trade that later skyrocketed in value, and an AI cybersecurity call on Palo Alto Networks yielded about $2.8 million in gains. The couple's net worth reportedly rose from about $370 million in 2023 to as much as $413 million in 2024. As reported by the Times, the Pelosi Tracker is an automated fund that mirrors Paul Pelosi's trades, which delivered about 54% returns last year and attracted over $100 million in investor assets, according to the numbers. Yeah, you can actually, there's actually a fund that tracks Paul Pelosi. You invest in it. They made 54%. Yeah, no one owning dual citizenship should be allowed to hold any public office. I'd agree. 413 million now. Yep. Josh Hawley, the Missouri senator, was the lone Republican to join Democrats in advancing legislation that would ban members of Congress from buying, selling, or owning individual stocks. Trump holds individual stocks, where Vice President J.D. Vance divested his individual stock holdings during his time in the Senate, as per Business Insider. In a lengthy Truth Social post, Trump called Hawley a pawn and a second-tier senator, playing right into the dirty hands of Democrats. Donald Trump wrote August 10th that crooked Nancy Pelosi and her very interesting husband beat every hedge fund in 2024. She's a disgusting degenerate. Pelosi doesn't own any stocks and has no knowledge. Yeah, she doesn't own any stocks. Her husband does. What a joke. It now heads the full Senate for debate. If passed, it would ban individual stock trading. We'll still have to go to the House and get passed in the House. So, saying it go, so we still have to go to the House to get passed. All right. Now, this is going to explain why the whole thing happened in Texas with the redistricting. Citizenship, you meant. Highest return or for a few Republicans. Well, any of them. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, or what. If you're doing illegal trades, if you're insider trading, you should go to jail. The Pettyway case left Texas no choice but to redistrict. Texas's mid-decade redistricting is not, as the drive-by media insists, a cynical power grab orchestrated by Republicans in Austin. It is the direct and unavoidable consequence of a federal court ruling in Petaway v. Galveston County, which held that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not require the creation of minority coalition districts. For decades, states like Texas were told that they had to draw such districts in which no single racial or ethnic group forms a majority, but minority groups combined hold one. The mandate was always a constitutional anomaly. The Equal Protection Clause prohibits race from being a predominant factor in redistricting except when compelled by the Voting Rights Act. If the Voting Rights Act never required these coalition districts, then their creation was never constitutionally permissible in the first place. By definition, they are now unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. That is the point the national press refuses to explain. 103 viewers on a Sunday night. We got all the way up. We actually got all the way up to 118 viewers at one point. But yeah, it's not bad. We're doing really good. The Fifth Circuit decision did not simply give Texas the option to abandon coalition districts. It made clear that the legal foundation to them has crumbled. A law that does not require race-based districting cannot justify race-based districting. Without the shield of the VRA, these maps violate equal protection and must be dismantled. It's not optional. It's required by the Constitution itself. When the DOJ under Assistant Attorney General Hamid Dillon flagged 4 districts, Texas 9, Texas 18, Texas 33, and Texas 29, it was not indulging in partisan exercise. It was enforcing constitutional limits. Those districts were Black Hispanic coalition districts. Texas 29, a nominally Hispanic majority seat, was infected by its creation alongside these coalitions. Surprisingly, Dillon failed to highlight the 5 other coalition districts in Texas, and as a result, they remain in coalition form under the legislature's proposed map. That is unacceptable. Oh, I have 29 on Rumble? Well, that's cool. That means I got almost 150 people watching. The drive-by meeting will not tell you that eliminating all 9 coalition districts would give Republicans an 8-seat advantage instead of a 5-seat edge under the current proposal. They prefer to suggest that this is a naked partisan ploy rather than a constitutional correction. But if the goal is compliance with the Equal Protection Clause, half measures will not suffice. Every coalition district in Texas must be eliminated because they all suffer from the same constitutional defect. They were drawn on the premise that the VRA required them when it did not. The story of Galveston County Precinct 3, which gave rise to Petaway, is instructive. Before 2021, Precinct 3 was the county's coalition district, represented by Stephen Holmes, a Black Democrat and the lone minority member of the Commissioner's Court. The new map dismantled Precinct 3, scattering its Black and Hispanic voters. Holmes was placed in a heavily white Republican district. Then, in an irony lost on the plaintiffs, the county appointed Dr. Robin Armstrong, a Black Republican, to fill a vacancy in Precinct 4. Armstrong later won election unopposed. For a time, Galveston County had 2 Black commissioners, yet the plaintiffs refused to acknowledge Armstrong as evidence of minority electoral success because he was not the choice of Black or Hispanic voters. Under their theory, a Republican who is Black ceases to be Black for purposes of the Voting Rights Act. That ideological litmus test exposes the true nature of these cases. They are not about racial representation in the abstract, but about electing Democrats. That's interesting. The Fifth Circuit rightly rejected the legal scaffolding for the system. It held that the Section 2's language guaranteed equal opportunity to a member of a class of citizens means a single racial or ethnic group, not an amalgam of groups. That aligns with the Sixth Circuit's Nixon v. Kent County decision from 1996, which likewise barred coalition claims. The pressure is now on other circuits to follow suit. States like California and New York, which still maintain coalition districts, will face mounting legal challenges. The logic of Petaway travels well. If the VRA does not require race-based line drawing for coalitions, then doing so violates the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Well, they also might have a problem, too, because there's a Louisiana lawsuit outright challenging the fact that they base any districts off race whatsoever as a violation of the 14th Amendment. This is not happening in isolation. If Here, Louisiana versus Calais. Now before the Supreme Court could go further, potentially gutting an entire apparatus of race-based redistricting under Section 2. If the court holds that even majority-minority districts created to comply with BRA violate equal protection, the era of using race as a map-drawing criterion will end. That would make coalition districts not just optional to eliminate, but impossible to justify anywhere in the country. The media's silence on Pettyway is telling. Mentioning it would undermine the narrative that Texas Republicans are abusing their power. It would reveal that Texas is responsible for a court decision, not initiating a partisan scheme. Even when they acknowledge Dillon's letter to the state, they spin it as proof that President Trump is behind the redistricting rather than as evidence that the DOJ is following binding precedent. The selective reporting keeps the public ignorant of the real stakes, that states cannot continue to use race in districting absent a VRA mandate. Yeah, race should not matter because everybody's like integrated. There's not really these whole areas of segregated people anymore. People live in mixed neighborhoods all over the place. Texas should not stop at half measures. Every coalition district is constitutionally liability. The legislature should remove them all now, not later. The Fifth Circuit has made the legal landscape plain, and the Supreme Court may soon make it plainer still. Other states should be paying attention because once Pettyway's logic spreads, the coalition district era will be over from coast to coast. All right, I have to take my dog out. I'm going to play a video for everybody while I take the dog out. This is about the hidden files that the Secret Service, that the FBI has, the Sentinel hidden files. We have senior DOJ officials didn't know the database allowed the FBI to bury the existence of Russiagate documents. So this is, we talked about this story for people who were here last night a little bit, that there's the Sentinel program that allows, or was it last night or was it Saturday night with Joe? I don't remember if it was Saturday night with Joe or if it was last night. We talked about the Sentinel program that allowed FBI to hide documents. Nobody would know about it. This is more, about that the senior DOJ officials had no clue that they had this system. Now in question is the entirety of Special Counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russian collusion hoaxers. This is by Margot Cleveland, Professor Margot Cleveland. She's a very good follow on X, if anyone you can recommend. She's always got good stuff about cases coming down, and she's a good resource for stuff like this to keep an eye on it, know what's going on. So here we go. So, people familiar with the investigation into the Russia collusion hoax told the Federalist that senior officials did not know the FBI case management database, Sentinel, allowed agents to conceal the existence of evidence. Nor did anyone from Special Counsel Robert Mueller's office mention that documents related to the investigation into the Trump campaign had been rendered invisible by use of the prohibited access coding in Sentinel. Even though they knew the Department of Justice was investigating the origins and handling of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So basically we have a government that got too big and too unwieldy that people inside the government didn't know what the other people were doing. So one hand didn't know what the other hand was doing. You had the FBI doing things that the Department of Justice didn't know they were doing. And I want you to really think about that, because the FBI works for the Department of Justice. I mean, they didn't used to be that way. They used to be years and years ago when the FBI first started, and it was run by this guy, J. Edgar Hoover. A lot of people said, and it's probably true, that he was the most powerful man in Washington, D.C., because he did not answer to anybody except for the president, and mostly he didn't even answer to the president because he usually had dirt on a whole bunch of people that he could use and blackmail and stuff. And there's stories that he wore dresses and everything, but we won't get into that. We'll just say that the FBI was way out of control. And then after Hoover died, they pulled some of the power back and they stuck it under the DOJ, and it was supposed to answer to the DOJ and the Attorney General, but I don't really know if they do, and this is kind of proof that they really don't. On Monday, a former political appointee at the DOJ expressed surprise that no one from the Special Counsel Mueller's team mentioned the prohibited access functionality of Sentinel to senior officials. Said, surprise face, oh my God, I'm shocked. The news follows last week's release by Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa of a recently declassified FBI report that revealed that Special Counsel Mueller's office used a prohibited access restriction during the Trump-Russia collusion investigation. didn't these senators know about it? I mean, how could the FBI have programs and things doing things, and they're supposed to report to Congress, the Intelligence Committee, or these different things, Select Committee on Intelligence, something? How did they not know? Did they know? Is this just are they all just covering their ass now? Just, you know. As the Federalist detailed earlier today, the prohibited access coding in the FBI Sentinel case management system precludes investigators from detecting the existence of potentially relevant serials. By serials, I think they mean like case numbers, case reports, different things, different reports and stuff. So, in other words, according to the just released FBI report, when search terms that exist in the prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel research response. This contrasts with FBI documents categories in Sentinel as restricted access. While that restriction prevents FBI agents from viewing contents of restricted access files, Sentinel will nonetheless show there are hits for the search terms. Other investigators will thus know that potentially relevant evidence exists. Not so with the prohibited access code, which will leave the other FBI wrongly believing there are no responsive documents. Senior officials overseeing the investigation into the origins and handling of Crossfire Hurricane did not know the prohibited access coding. Did not know of it. So they're saying they had no clue that this existed in the FBI. That Mueller's special counsel office used the functionality to render invisible materials connected to the investigation into President Trump. It's scandalous. Now in question is the entirety of special counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russia collusion hoaxers, as well as Inspector General Michael Horowitz's investigation into the FISA abuse related to Carter Page. Yeah, so basically, all these things in these investigations, if they did not know about all this stuff, there's no way the investigation was fulsome. There's no way they could know exactly who broke the law and who needs to go to jail. How many other people in the FBI lied to get warrants and stuff. There was the one guy, I think his name was Sussman, right? Michael Sussman, was that the guy, or is it a different name? Maybe I'm wrong. That lied, and then surprisingly, he went in front of a judge by the name of Boasberg, which I don't know. You guys recognize that name? That's the guy that was playing games with the Alien Enemies Act, and he gave him a slap on the wrist. I think it was Sussman. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, there was some guy in the FBI DOJ guy that lied about stuff. They gave him probation, and then basically just time served and gave him his law license back. Ridiculous. Just utter ridiculous. Whether Special Counsel Durham and Inspector General Horowitz obtained access to all the relevant evidence related to Crossfire Hurricane conspiracy to interfere in both President Trump's 2020 election and his first administration now remain in doubt. I thought Crossfire Hurricane was to interfere with the 2016 election. So they're saying there was also interference in the 2020 election? Huh. But I thought the 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in the history of the country. It was above board. Anybody who thought otherwise was a crazy person. Remember that? I remember that. Until FBI Director Kash Patel reveals the extent to which the Get Trump faction buried evidence of their malfeasance. Okay. Well, the reason they can't delete them is because that would be a crime. I know that sounds silly, but destruction of government documents is a serious crime, and there would always be evidence that they would turn up some point, and there would be evidence of them being deleted. It's just they were able to basically segregate, for lack of a better word, the documents somewhere that they just basically didn't exist. It's almost like I don't know, like easy way to explain is like, you got this hidden on your iPhone, let's say, or your Google, whatever, Android, and you got pictures that you don't want in your picture thing. You can put them in the hidden folder or something. And, nobody can see anything in that hidden folder unless you open it with the code. They couldn't search for them or anything. I think it's kind of similar. Maybe I'm simplifying it in a way that I shouldn't. Okay. This is another part to the same story. Basically, another article from the Federalist. It says the latest FBI revelations show the Mueller special counsel was a cover-up and much, much more. Cover-up. This guy. Yeah. Because, he would obviously know about all the secrets and tricks in the FBI because he was the head of the FBI before Comey. Yeah. You know what else this guy was? It kind of ties back into Karen Reed. This guy was also part of the team that, along with Comey, that did shady stuff with a guy by the name of Whitey Bulger. And the special prosecutor in the Karen Reed case, Hank Brennan, was Whitey Bulger's attorney. See how the small world, it all comes circle round and round, cover-ups, they're all involved, they're all together. They're always, one step removed from Kevin Bacon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why didn't the DOJ charge Nellie Ohr with lying to Congress? Is the least significant of the questions raised by last week's release of the Washington Field Office EC. The FBI's electronic case management system, Sentinel, allows agents to hide the existence of relevant and investigative reports from other authorized users of the federal database. And during the Russia collusion hoax, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team used that functionality to keep potentially relevant documents. You prefer the lawyer peeing song over this, huh? Well, I don't have a lawyer peeing song. Eventually, maybe I'll get a song or something that I can play on a loop if I have to take the dog out or something, but I don't know. I have some videos that I can play that I broke, but this is I thought I would play this one because it was a kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier about some of the stuff. But anyway, wow. So that's the end of that article. So we'll go on to this next thing here. And Harmeet Dillon says facts. Talking about this, that this is what happened. Yeah. It says, what about the legal documents Pelosi tore up at Trump's address to the union, tore them up on video? Crazy. Yeah, I was wondering if that's actually a violation of the law. Mm-hmm. Federal government, since Obama has overstepped its authority, they forced unconstitutional action because they could. It's time for us, the people, to be back in charge. We must continue to decentralize power and move it from the states to the states. Vivek Ramaswamy is darker than that dude and isn't black under the VRA because he's not black. So we don't get the point made with this picture. The VRA is BS in its current form, though as written in statute and enforced by executive branch, to your point. It's a shame we no longer have honest mainstream journalists to dig into a story and provide honest context. So we have overpaid prompt readers. Thank you, X and others who aren't afraid to look at the story and provide the why. Says Texans elected Trump by a margin of 1.5 million votes. The legislature should go big for Trump and redistrict 9 seats. Well, I mean, don't want to get crazy. Then you have the opportunity to win, and you're in a position to do so. Yeah, and you have an obligation to take bold action. It's time for Texas Republicans to unite. Rhinos must stop coddling Texas Democrats. Okay. On to the next story. There it is. Yet again, it's BlackRock running a new scheme that's behind skyrocketing energy prices. You need to understand what's happening. This is criminal. The scheme enriches massive firms like BlackRock and Vanguard. Meanwhile, customers are forced to pay higher and higher energy bills. Wall Street-owned utility companies are building up expensive, polluting energy projects to drive up shareholder profits. Wall Street investors are infiltrating your home in ways you might not even realize, but are paying a huge price for. Get ready to pay more for your electricity bills. People should be angry. But to uncover how electric utilities are getting away with this, we talked to an industry insider. People were realizing, like, hey, this is a corrupt business model. It's not bribes, but it is corruption. These companies are gaming the system and making homes uninhabitable. Corrupt business model that companies like Northwestern are using firsthand. A lot of people don't realize that their local utility company is a for-profit company. Not like any other for-profit company, their incentive is to maximize profits. Northwestern Energy is an investor-owned utility. Its biggest shareholders are massive investment firms like Blackrock and Vanguard. Almost 2/3 of U.S. electric utilities are investor-owned. Their main goal is not to provide affordable power for the community, but to generate a profit. Utilities' profits are based on a fixed percentage on the amount of capital they invest in infrastructure, power plants, pipelines, and distribution systems. The more expensive a project, the more money investors get out of that fixed profit percentage. So if their profit is based on how much they invest, and like every other investor-owned company, they want to maximize profits. How do they do that? By maximizing the amount of capital they invest. And like the profits of other companies, utilities' profits are set by government regulators. So in principle, the regulator's job is to balance the consumer and the investor interest, right? Based on my work and observations of many others, regulators are not doing their job when it comes to balancing those interests with respect to setting the appropriate level of utility profits. There is so much more information in this video. The same scams happening all over the country. This is organized crime. This is an organized crime to steal your tax money. Let's see what this video is.
Wall Street investors are infiltrating your home in ways you might not even realize, but are paying a huge price for.
Get ready to pay more for your electricity bills.
Energy bills are increasing along with those temps.
My electric bill?
What I guess?
$233, $300.
Is $900. $950.
$990. Everybody stop paying their bills right now.
Americans' utility bills are rising at unprecedented rates because of a systemic failure.
Their primary concern is to make more money, and their only way to make more money is to take it away from people like me.
People should be angry.
To uncover how electric utilities are getting away with this, we talked to an industry insider.
People were realizing, like, hey, this is a corrupt business model. It's not bribes, but it is corrupt.
And went to Montana to investigate the most powerful utility in the state.
Tell me something. Hey, we're just filming. You take pictures of your license plates. Also, sheriff's are on the way. This is a private utility.
What we heard was a shocking account of how these companies are gaming the system and making homes uninhabitable.
He's driving pretty fast.
My property boundary is here, and then obviously look north, and there you have the plant. You can feel it vibrating inside of our house.
Casey and her father Steve live in Laurel, Montana. 2 years ago, the state's largest utility began building a $320 million methane gas power plant, less than a mile from Casey's house.
This is the most populated area in the state, and yet they build a power plant right smack dab in the middle of it.
They just kind of shoved it down our throats, this area, this residential area, and claimed it was in an industrial area.
Northwestern provides power for more than 2/3 of Montanans. The company claimed this new gas plant was critical to an even cleaner energy future.
It's all bullshit. That's what it is.
Just kind of feels like local government just pushes through whatever Northwestern wants.
They're literally, it's like shooting, what's the expression, shooting ducks in a barrel.
Mark Ellis is a financial consultant who used to work at one of the largest utilities in the U.S. He saw the corrupt business model that companies like Northwestern are using firsthand.
A lot of people don't realize that their local utility company is a for-profit company. And like any other for-profit company, their incentive is to maximize.
What is this, a bunch of communists? What is this? This has got to be some kind of communist. What, did I get sucked into a communist thing here? I thought this was about Minnesota. BlackRock's takeover plan in Minnesota is textbook private equity looting, burning taxpayer ratepayers to fuel Wall Street's 15 to 20% returns. The $6.2 billion elite deal forces Minnesotans to bankroll a $1.5 billion acquisition premium for executives and shareholders while locking ratepayers into guaranteed price hikes. Administrative law judge McKenzie nailed it. This isn't about clean energy. It's about GIP BlackRock vacuuming cash from captive customers. Since ours is a co-op and you have to pay an initial membership fee to join, occasionally we get a bonus check. I haven't got one in several years. So yeah, I have a co-op. My electric is a co-op too, and but our rates went nuts, man, with the stuff. You know, when gas, it's basically when natural gas prices spiked, your electricity spiked. Insane. When monopolies get privatized, accountability dies. Minnesota's AG and Commerce Department folded after token protections, proving regulators are outgunned. The scams replicating nationwide. Utilities aren't public services anymore. They're ATMs for asset managers. Cut the private equity cancer out of critical infrastructure before your power bill becomes a Wall Street bonus. Oh no, I don't know, but hey, Fink, go to the Panama deal. You won't care about China controlling it. analysis. Wall Street firms are buying utilities to tap into the AI boom. Consumers say proposals by BlackRock and Blackstone to buy energy companies in Minnesota, New Mexico, and Texas could hurt residents. Large Wall Street investment firms are moving to acquire U.S. utility companies in an effort to benefit from rising demand for electricity from data centers. But the deals are increasingly being contested by consumer groups who say they will lead to higher energy costs for residents. BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, last year proposed buying Minnesota Power, a utility that owns several power plants and thousands of miles of power lines that could help technology companies secure energy for their data centers. But a state administrative law judge recommended late Tuesday that Minnesota utility regulators deny the proposed acquisition sought by BlackRock's Global Infrastructure Partners Division and the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. The utility provides power to 150,000 residents and business customers, largely in northern Minnesota, including Duluth and Grand Rapids. The acquisition appeared to be on a smoother glide path late last week when the Minnesota Department of Commerce removed its opposition to the deal and entered an agreement with the parties involved in the transaction. The recommendation of the administrative law judge, Megyn J. McKenzie, is not binding, but it could sway the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, whose approval is necessary for the acquisition to advance. She highlighted concerns of opponents of the deal that the investment firms would prioritize making money over ensuring reliable electricity service, potentially harming consumers. If they don't have reliable electricity service, how are they going to make money? You can't charge people if you're not giving them service, right? I don't know. The non-public evidence reveals the partners' intent to do what private equity is expected to do, pursue profit in excess of public markets through company control. The partners themselves have carefully committed to do very little. BlackRock did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Minnesota is one of many states where technology companies plan to build data centers. The energy-hungry facilities technically require local utilities to make significant upgrades to their systems. Such upgrades can be a financial boon to utilities, which typically make a guaranteed rate of return on every dollar they spend on power plants and lines. BlackRock is not alone in seeking to acquire utilities. In May, Blackstone, a private equity firm, announced an agreement to buy Albuquerque-based TXNM Energy, which operates utilities with 800,000 residential and business customers in New Mexico and Texas. I thought Blackstone was just like another offshoot of BlackRock, though. Like another piece of BlackRock that they own each other. They're intermingled. Federal and state regulators are reviewing the deal. Blackstone said it's expected to complete the overall transaction by the second half of 2026. If it receives all the required approvals. We will continue to collaborate with customers, communities, and legislatures and regulators to achieve our shared goals for a reliable, resilient grid, support economic prosperity, and clean energy. Pat Kalon, chief executive of Texnum, said in a statement announcing the deal. Some consumer and progressive groups contend the investment firms shouldn't own electric utilities because they generally seek to maximize profits, often by burdening the company's finances with large amounts of debt. That approach, the critics argue, could lead to much higher electricity rates and less reliable service. No one in northern Minnesota wants higher utilities solely to line the pockets of Wall Street-based private equity firms, said Nicole Heil, a senior researcher and campaign director for Climate, a private equity stakeholder project, a research and advocacy organization that is critical of private equity industry. Senior researcher and campaign director for Climate at the private equity stakeholder project. That sounds like a green weenie. Electricity rates have already risen quickly across much of the country. Some of the increase are tied to upgrades that utilities are making to harden their networks to withstand extreme weather linked to climate change. Fuck you. It's the sun. The average monthly electrical bill for a typical household that uses 1,000 kilowatt hours of energy a month rose almost 4% in April from a year earlier. Rates are also rising because electricity demand has been climbing for the first time in more than a decade, in large part because of the growth of data centers, factories, and electric vehicles and heat pumps. The prospect of that growth and upgrades needed to support it could be good for some utilities, which stand to earn higher profits. U.S. utilities typically receive a guaranteed rate of return of around 11% on the investments they make in their grids. Utilities have also state-sanctioned monopolies in their service areas, making them stable and lucrative investments. Those factors have made utilities attractive to investment firms. Some state officials have blocked acquisitions of utilities by Wall Street firms, under certain conditions. The Minnesota Department of Commerce initially opposed BlackRock's purchase of Minnesota Power, a division of L8, but the department said in a filing on Friday that it reached an agreement with BlackRock and said it would protect residents. So they got paid off. The agreement forbids BlackRock from pass acquisition costs onto utility customers and requires assurances that programs such as those for low-income consumers would remain in place. These commitments include a substantial array of additional public interest benefits, risk mitigation tools, and customer protections beyond those originally proposed by petitioners in this proceeding. Well, that's interesting. What's going on? This is interesting too. This is not the Onion Atlantic. BlackRock is not ruining the U.S. housing market. The real villain is faceless isn't a faceless Wall Street Goliath. It's your neighbors and local government stopping the construction of new units. Don't blame them. Look what BlackRock's up to now. Are you guys experiencing high energy prices this summer? Thank BlackRock and Vanguard. It's a big club and you ain't in it. On to the next story, which is kind of connected to energy. It's Trump's nuclear renaissance. The Greeniacs are being double-crossed by the Dems, which is amusing. But Wall Street and the blue states are in cahoots. They preach socialism but are laissez-faire capitalists. Seems to me $17 a month of air conditioning, lights, and hot water is acceptable. Well, that's all you're paying. I say kudos to you. My electric bill is usually around between $500 to $800 a month. Trump's nuclear renaissance. AI's exploding, data centers are devouring electricity, China is racing ahead. Trump just launched the boldest nuclear build-out in U.S. history, 10 new reactors by 2030 to power our tech, economy, and military. Here's what's coming. Yeah, I agree with you. It's all about control. 15-minute cities is our end goal. AI and cloud power crisis. AWS, Microsoft, and Google's massive data center already use power equal to 27.5 million U.S. homes. By 2035, that demand could jump 30x. Without nuclear, America risks blackouts, higher costs, and falling behind China. Today's nuclear is 19% of U.S. power from just 8% of generating capacity. It's clean, reliable, and 24/7. Wind and solar can't keep up with AI's constant demand. Fossil fuels can't hit net zero goals. Nuclear is the only baseload clean energy at scale. Tech titans are all in. Amazon is investing $20 billion in Pennsylvania, anchoring a new data hub next to a nuclear plant. Microsoft is restarting 3 Mile Island Unit 1, retired in 2019, to power AI. Google is exploring next generation reactors. Big tech sees writing on the wall. Trump's 4 nuclear orders. Quadruple nuclear capacity by 2040. 10 new large reactors by 2030, overhaul the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and use nuclear for AI infrastructure and military bases. The moonshot. This is the moonshot of energy policy. Why NRC reforms matter. Since the NRC was created in 1978, only 2 new reactors have been approved. Deep state regulations strangled innovation. Trump's orders cut red tape while keeping safety, ending risk aversion that crippled U.S. nuclear leadership. Small modular reactors, SMRs. DOE is funding $800 million for SMRs. Factory built, safer, faster to deploy. Amazon, Dow, TerraPower, and X Energy are already testing them at Idaho National Laboratories. Trump's target 3+ new reactors tested by July 2026. Mine is about 150 to 200. It's prorated, so higher in high use months like Christmas. Well. Geopolitics and security. Energy independence equals national security. Trump's plan powers AI, strengthens the grid, and undercuts adversaries. Bottom line, America can't run a 21st century tech economy on Carter-era energy policy. Trump's nuclear renaissance is playing to win on power, on jobs, on security. China's building reactors, so will we. And we'll do it bigger, faster, safer, better. Mm-hmm. Idaho's National Laboratory Director says Trump is ushering in nuclear renaissance. Trump's executive orders enable construction of new nuclear reactors this decade and a call for reform at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Idaho Lab Director John Wagner told an interim committee made up of Idaho legislators that President Trump and his administration are ushering in a nuclear renaissance that Idaho will lead. I have been a nuclear engineer for 30 years, and during the majority of my career, we've been shutting down perfectly good operational nuclear power plants for economic reasons. But Trump and the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, are changing the game for nuclear energy and research. I can't even emphasize properly how significantly different this is. Oh shit, I forgot. Instagram shuts down after 4 hours. I am sorry, Instagram. I'm sorry I didn't shut it down when we hit the 4 hours. Sorry. Oops. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, Instagram shuts down at 4 hours, and Facebook, I found out last night, shuts down at 8 hours. I belong to a rural electric cooperative, and last month's bill was a return on investment by the co-op. Oh, that's good. Your electric bill is 35-ish, but sometimes higher. That's cheap. Idaho National Lab is one of 17 U.S. Department of Energy national labs and is considering the nation's leader in nuclear energy research and development. The West will lead. For the first time in 50 years, Idaho National Lab is in the process of building and permitting new nuclear reactors. Idaho Capital Sun previously reported. During his presentation, Wagner highlighted 4 executive orders. The executive orders calls for reinvigorating nuclear industrial base, reforming nuclear reactor testing, deploying advanced nuclear technology for national security, and reforming the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that was created by Congress to ensure safe use of radioactive materials. Wagner said the executive order enabled up to 10 gigawatts of new nuclear reactors to be under construction by the end of the decade. Overall, the executive orders include at least 30 direct tasks. Other than the 2 reactors in Georgia, we have not been building new reactors over the last 3 decades. And so this is about reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base to enable the nuclear renaissance. This is the second time since spring that the Committee of Legislators has been briefed on Idaho National Laboratory ramping up its operations. Well, that's cool. All right, on to the next story. We've got the longest-serving New York Police Department Commissioner Ray Kelly warns that electing Mamdani would be a tragedy of major proportions. It would be an F up of galactic proportions. Ray Kelly warns Mamdani would be a tragedy of major proportions. Zoomers and Gen Z love socialism. Ex-NYPD Commissioner Ray Kelly on Sunday warned it would be a tragedy if city voters elected socialist communist mayor Zohran Mamdani, who is totally unqualified for office. Kelly, the longest-serving police commissioner in Big Apple history with stints under Democrat mayors like Bloomberg and Dinkins, said he is especially worried Mamdani will gut the police department while trying to usher in a whole list of wacky things. It's a tragedy of major proportions, he told, Kelly said on WABC's 770 AM's The Cats Roundtable program. New York is the city of capitalism, and you have someone who is so totally unqualified. The man's basically not had a job. I'm very concerned about the future of New York if he gets elected. He has a whole list of wacky things he wants to do. It's not just worth the chance to roll the dice to have a socialist mayor. Well, he's a communist, not a socialist. He wants to seize the means of production that makes him a communist, not a socialist. Kelly said he's convinced Mamdani, a current state assemblyman from Queens, will take resources from the NYPD, particularly mentioning a Democrat socialist plan to create a separate Department of Community Safety to address mentally ill and homeless people on the streets. My concern is the police department and what he will do to the department. There's no question about it that he would have to reduce the size of the police department. He will reduce the department because he wants to start something bold, a new department of community safety with no articulation as to what it means and what it's going to do. But that means he'll have to take resources from the police department to staff that organization. Kelly said the NYPD is already hemorrhaging police officers retiring or exiting at the highest rate for better climates. Kelly added, Mamdani's fondness for communist programs is just absurd. Who's going to use for a model? Venezuela, Nicaragua, the Soviet Union, communist China? He's going to run out of other people's money. That's what happens with communism. It's bound to happen in New York, and the exodus of big numbers is going to be sunnier climates. So hurtful to New York to try and assume that type of government, which is inevitable. That's what the mayor will do. That's what he's preached his whole public life, short as it is. A large turnout at the polls in November is needed to stop Mamdani, said Kelly, who is the co-founder of the center-right group Save Our City. Quality of life is key. He also said the current police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who served under Kelly, has been terrific. Mamdani campaign declined to comment on Kelly's barbs. But during a WNYC radio interview, Mamdani tried to walk back his prior comments from 2020 slamming NYPD as racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. As if he still stood by those remarks. We said, no, I do not. Well, he's just lying because he wants to get elected. Facing death threats, Mamdani now has NYPD security detail protecting him. After he won the primary, became a Democratic mayoral nominee in the general election. And I made it clear during the course of the campaign that NYPD and police officers in general are critical partners in creating public safety for each and every New Yorker, each and every person who calls the city home. He said he wants to make it easier for officers to focus on serious crime by creating an office of community safety to deal with street people who are mentally ill or homeless, instead of having cops spend time doing social work. He said his perception of policing changed after becoming a state assemblyman, and he worked alongside officers in the 114th precinct in Astoria, Queens. I don't believe him. He's a liar. He's a big fat liar. Says there, Zohran Mamdani's communist socialist, Democratic Socialists of America, Revolutionary Communists of America, push for abolition of a traditional family. Yep, they want, socialism beats fascism, they say. Oh, does it? You think so? They are communists through and through. Yeah. Oh, Steve Hilliard's going to sleep, everybody. Good night, Steve. Hope to see you soon. Tulsi says his runs 500 in summer in AZ. Yeah, it's crazy. You got this idiot George Will saying that he wants the communist mayor to win, and that America needs a confined experiment with communism just to, he doesn't care if it hurts people. He just wants to prove his own points. Here's their panel saying, they want to get rid of the family, blah, blah, blah.
But before it's all said and done.
The only real difference between marriage and prostitution is the price and the duration of the contract.
We can fight for family abolition, we can imagine family abolition because we have seen Black women do it, because we have seen these indigenous communities do it.
So she just said that because they've seen that Black women destroyed the family and they don't need men, they just need them to have the babies and then they get rid of them, they don't have a family, that's what they want for everyone. That is fucking insane. Congress push for abolition of the family. Mm-hmm. His comrades at the Democratic Socialists of America push for abolition of the family at their annual conference, calling marriage and sex work two sides of the same coin. They did a victory lap over his win for the primary, and that the central tenets of the Marxist ideology is that the nuclear family is inherently repressive, racist, and sexist, and promotes capitalism. In addition to the abolition of the family, We argue for abolition of the family in general and say the institution of family acts as part of the carceral system that reinforces children as property. An assistant professor at University of Chicago said that surprised at how few people are ready for revolt. People are nutbags. This is what's going on. They want to talk about all this stuff. And then we got the latest New York shove victim is an ER doctor who was just happy he's still alive. Yeah, this guy got shoved. Yeah. Kathy Hope. So the cops are currently searching for the suspect who was described as around 6 feet tall, wearing a white shirt, black shorts, and a black backpack. Great description. They're really going to find a person. Shove victim was ER doctor was just happy he's still alive. The strap hanger was randomly shoved by a muttering maniac Saturday. He's just grateful to be alive. Victim was heading back to his Upper West Side pad after a shift at Harlem Hospital, waiting for the number 1 train at 50th Street, 7th Avenue, Manhattan. The nut came up behind him. According to a friend, Takayuki Matsumoto, unhinged attacker was screaming and walking toward him. The next thing, victim was pushed, Matsumoto said at the Post. An injured rider who says he's sleeping while recovering. It's not like he was walking to the edge of the platform, the man said. He was just walking in the middle of it, and suddenly this guy approached him and pushed him. His staff at the hospital said, "Don't take the train anymore." That's crazy. You got this also in New York. You got 17-year-old. Keep an eye on Rumble rants. I don't use CommiTube. Okay, Wayne Smith. Did someone say something about a Rumble rant? You don't have to give a YouTube rant to tell me there's a Rumble rant. Oh my God. West Pro says, look up Ground News app. Look up Ground News app. Get on to Ground News. It gives many sources. I have Ground News subscription. I have a Ground News subscription. See, I have a Ground News subscription. Thank you for the Wayne Smith. Thank you for the Rumble rants. I appreciate it. I have a Ground News subscription. Israel strike kills 5 Al Jazeera journalists at Gaza hospital. Ooh. That was something someone had. We know Epstein had connections with left-wing politicians and billionaires. Trump urges China to boost U.S. boycott orders. NVIDIA and AMD to pay 50% of China AI chip revenues for U.S. export licenses. World's ugliest dog winners. Pritzker doesn't rule out presidential run. Trump moves to evict homeless from D.C., threatens federal control to curb crime. Well, that's not really what he said. White House considering inviting Zelensky to Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska. Zelensky rejects formally ceding Ukrainian territory, says Kyiv must be part of any negotiations. Where we at here? Yeah, ground news. We can look at this story. This was somebody earlier. Someone said something about this. The Al Jazeera strike. Let's pull this one up. So, Israeli strike kills 5 Al Jazeera journalists near Gaza hospital center. On Sunday night, Al Jazeera reported that Israel airstrikes killed journalists. Yeah, well, I would say there's probably going to be a bunch of stuff. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah. Killed journalist Anas AlSharif and 4 colleagues in a strike on a tent outside of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. In a statement, the Israeli military asserted that has been posed as a journalist for Hamas militants and led terrorist cell responsible for rocket attacks. In reaction, Al Jazeera described the strike as a desperate attempt to silence voices, while Hamas condemned the killings as a brutal crime that exceeds all limits. Friday's Israel Security Cabinet approved plans to expand military operations in Gaza City. That's all they have on that. Wait, what does the left have to say? Israel killed and 4 other journalists, claiming they were Hamas leaders. That's basically the bias comparison. So this was this one story I was looking at before. 17-year-old accused Times Square shooter held on $200,000 bail on attempted murder charges. Look at the Times, Atlanta, Georgia. According to reports from CNN, a white male suspected Times shooter found to have ties to neo-Nazi groups screams white power as he unleashes a barrage of bullets. That's crazy, isn't it? That's just nuts. That's just nuts. Shooter held a $200,000 bail. Suspected gun-toting teen who fired into a crowd in Times Square on Saturday, wounding 3 people, including 2 innocent bystanders, were ordered held on $200,000 bail. Suspect Jaden Clark was arraigned in Manhattan criminal court for attempted murder. All sequences of these events were captured on high-definition surveillance cameras. That wasn't very smart. Clark, who avoided making eye contact with his mother, a city parks department worker, and 2 brothers in court, had gotten into an argument with a city bike rider inside the nearby Raising Cane's restaurant on Broadway around 1 a.m. before the shooting. Raising Cane's got some good chicken. While in line to order food, an unknown male inside the restaurant came up to the ordering kiosk and exchanged words with the defendant, at which point the defendant left the restaurant. The people getting shot over chicken sandwiches. The unknown male and other individuals followed shortly behind. While on 44th Street, the defendant pulled out a firearm, pointed at the individuals coming out of the restaurant, and fired 3 rounds. The defendant hit one male who was part of the group in the restaurant, and that called him out, as well as other innocent bystanders. That's just stupid. Just dumb. The gunman then ran west on 44th Street right into NYPD cop on patrol. The officer recovered a .380 Glock 42 from the defendant's waistband, which was still loaded with 1 round in the chamber. The defendant, in the presence of his mother, waived his Miranda rights and elected to speak to the detectives in the Midtown South Detective Squad. The defendant admitted to firing no shots. The defendant admitted to intentionally firing at the first victim. Teen's legal aid lawyer asked that he be held on $10,000 cash bail or a $50,000 bond. Wow. He was not being arrested. He's not been arrested before. Public defender Sean Parameter told the judge he graduated high school, and the prosecutor's own application states that the individuals, one of them, started speaking to my client unprompted. As he left, they decided to follow him out onto the street. The prosecutor asked the team to be remanded without bail. We are not aware of any prior record, though he faces substantial penalties, and we believe remand is reasonable. Clark is charged with 3 counts of attempted murder and gun possession. Judge Christopher Chin set bail at $200K and said Clark will have to wear a monitoring device if he makes it. The young suspect, who shivered from the air conditioning in court, wore a black t-shirt, blue shorts, and an Asus running shoes as he faced the judge. Wow. He shivered. He was shivering. Poor guy. He was shivering. Terrible story out of Louisville, Kentucky yesterday. Armand Langford invaded a woman's home, then took her car and, with her and her children inside, to a nearby bank that he robbed. He stabbed the woman twice with a large knife. It's crazy. Langford was captured without incident and was charged with first-degree robbery, kidnapping, an adult, 2 counts of kidnapping a minor, and first-degree assault. His lengthy record indicates that he is criminally insane with severe psychological issues. Huh. Kind of looks like this guy, Ruby King. Just last year, Langford was sentenced to 14 years in prison for a series of violent crimes. A BLM-style activist judge, Jessica Green, released Langford after he served only 5 months of his 14-year sentence. What do you know? The man who stabbed a mom and kidnapped a family in Louisville yesterday was sentenced to 14 years in prison in 2024, but served only 5 months before being released by Judge Jessica Green. Oh, look at nice glasses, Judge Jessica Green. It's noteworthy that Judge Green was appointed by Governor Andy Beshear in Louisville. Many such appointments have been made during the time since Breonna Taylor incident. In conclusion, Democrat activist judges are causing real, tangible damage to American citizens. Criminals have a free hand in committing robberies, assaults, murders, molestation of children, rapes, etc. Yet Democrats always screech about saving our democracy. No rule of law means no democracy. This is something that leftists can't comprehend.
That suspect was arrested on Shelbyville Road under the water. That's just down the road. Police have a man in custody tonight who they believe abducted a family and used them to rob a bank. That suspect was arrested on Shelbyville Road under the Waterson. That's just down the road from the PNC Bank, where this all unfolded about 9:30 this morning. WLKY's Addie Miners just spoke with the victim's husband. She's live in St. Matthews with the late-breaking developments. Addie?
Jennifer, I just want to give you a point from where we are. We're standing in the Best Buy parking lot. Shelbyville Road is to my left, and behind me here, underneath the Waterson Expressway, that is where they found the man around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now, a citizen is actually the one who called in a report that they spotted a suspicious man on Columbia Avenue and Harris Place. That's just on the other side of the Waterson. St. Matthews, Linden, and LMPD officers responded. And when a Linden police officer made eye contact with the suspect, that's when the man tried to run away. Now, police found him hiding in a brushed area under the Waterson Expressway overpass, and when they moved in on him, police say he willingly surrendered and was then checked out by EMS. Now, just after talking with St. Matthews Police, as you were just saying, the husband of the woman that was abducted spoke with us, detailing the horrifying moments when his wife and children were abducted.
He opened the back door and told them to get in the car. That was what it is. He got them in the car. They drove to the bank. He held a knife at her the whole time. He was telling her to drive faster. She was saying, I have to go the speed limit. Please don't hurt me. Please do not do anything to my children. Please don't hurt me. And he was, obviously very scared. She said he was very scared, which just kind of makes it more scary for her too, because that's when people do things that they don't understand. So he is, at that point, gets them to the bank. Gets to the teller. She asked if he wanted to go to the ATM. He said no, go to the drive-through. Went to the drive-through, and she was inside, or the teller inside. She was trying to word to them to help her. And then what ended up happening after that is he pulled up with her. He was in the back seat, and she was in the driver's seat. And he had the knife to her, and he told the teller, if you don't give me $20,000, I'm going to kill her. And that's when the tellers, thank God for the people at PNC. They're just great people all around. They've done great. They've checked on us after the fact. They took care of my kids when they had to rush her to the hospital before I got in there. And so they had brought the money out, and they laid it on the ground for him. And at that point, he grabbed it, and he took off.
Now, the husband did tell us that his wife is doing okay. She is recovering in the hospital right now, and her 2 kids are also okay. Now, something interesting to note, when police did close on this man in this area here, they did not find any weapon on him, but they did say they did find a little bit of cash that was laying there left at the scene. Now, earlier today, I spoke with several neighbors as this hours-long manhunt continued, and they told me they were terrified that this happened in their neighborhood and in their area, seeing so many police searching. But at the end of the day, it was a collaboration, is what St. Matthews police officer told us, between multiple agencies. They were able to bring this man into custody, and they say that the area is now safe.
About 9:30 this morning, the Louisville Metro Police 8th Division officers responded to a robbery of a bank, the PNC Bank, in the 8000 block of Shelbyville Road. Our preliminary investigation reveals that a man came through the drive-through, had a weapon inside the vehicle, believed to be a knife, and a woman was inside as well, and he demanded the business cash and received an undetermined amount. As a result of that, the woman was assaulted that was in the vehicle. We have no reason to believe she was involved in the robbery other than the fact that possibly a home invasion took place in another area, and she was brought here in her vehicle. That individual fled the scene. Currently in this area, we're continuing to look for him. We have put pictures out on social media to advise the public about this tragic situation that's happened here. Also, there were 2 children. Her 2 children were with her. They were unharmed at this stage, but it's very traumatic what's taken place.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead. What?
Back up a little bit. There was a home invasion. A woman and her 2 children were in the car. There was a carjacking associated with that home invasion. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, at least there was a home invasion. I'm not sure exactly how he did that. There appears to be no relationship to them. Got in her vehicle along with her and her 2 children.
And where did that happen?
I'm not giving that location of where they are. What's important is the fact that he drove them here to this place, the PNC Bank, and received an undetermined amount of cash as a result of that. The woman did receive some injuries of the assault at this stage that appeared to be non-life-threatening. Thank God for that. In this situation. Again, we have multiple agencies out here assisting us, law enforcement agencies such as St. Matthews, the Sheriff's Department, Linden Police, as well as LMPD, and all of our resources to find this person who committed this.
Was he driving the car or was she?
He was, from what I understand.
And is he believed to be in this area still?
You know, he's on foot, and I don't know how far he could get or if he got to ride anything. It's when we believe he's on foot. Again, we have our area unit up looking above, and our officers, our patrol officers on the streets, and again, the other agencies assisting us with this.
Is there believed to be a threat to the public at all?
You know, anytime somebody does something like this, yes, there's a threat as a result of that. And that's why we're asking and employing our citizens that may have any kind of camera footage or anything like that, they can send it to us through our tip line at 574-LMPD, or any type of information you think you might have that helps us find this individual.
Are you telling people to keep their doors locked, cars, homes?
I'm telling people to do that all the time, but specifically at this point, that's just a common thing that needs to happen. And if you don't do it as a regular practice, you need to start doing it today.
Do we know if their home was unlocked or anything like that?
I don't know if that was the case at this stage, but we do know that he was not wanted and made his way in and caused all of this havoc. And, you know, it's very traumatic of what's taking place.
Are the kids okay?
Yes, as far as no injuries.
And he forced the woman and her 2 children into the car?
Yes, that's correct. Well, obviously, in this type of situation, nobody wants to find themselves in this, but, you know, be as cooperative as you can, but mainly make sure you have your home locked in the situation, make sure you have your car locked in, and always be vigilant of your surroundings. A lot of us get laxed because of maybe where we are, and maybe we haven't had these experiences, and we take some things for granted, but you always should use as much safety as you can when you can, and that's what we want to put out here today. And again, if you see anything or say anything, let us know. If you heard anything or see anything with this, and we'll look into it.
Was anyone transported with an injury?
The woman was transported, again, non-life-threatening injuries.
You were talking about the mother.
Yes, correct. Yes. Yes.
Did the man threaten anyone inside the bank?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did he go inside the bank to take the money, or did he get it from the drive-through?
You know, as far as I know at this stage, he never entered into the bank. Everything happened in the drive-through. Thank you.
So that was the reporting of that. Then we got this. We have Andrew Cuomo saying he's proud to announce that I will be proposing Zohran's law, a law that will keep the rich out of New York's affordable housing. Zohran Mamdani, you say freeze the rent, but for who? Rich people like you, hardworking, working class New Yorkers, are being pushed from their neighborhoods. Let's build affordable housing that helps the people who need it. Under Zohran's law, landlords can no longer rent vacant, rent-controlled units to the wealthy. You're a rich person stealing affordable housing from the poor, and you're not the only one. It's past time we address this injustice. Let's build a New York City that works for people who need it.
Rent-stabilized units, when they're vacant, should only be rented to people who need affordable housing, not people like Zohran Mamdani. You don't need to be renting rent-stabilized units to wealthy people. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're abusing the system. I'm going to propose not rent that apartment by law, except to a person who actually needs affordable housing. And I'm going to call it Zohran's law, because it's an abuse of the system.
It's an abuse of the system. If you roll up your sleeves and play offense like this daily, November 4th will be a good day. Your opponent is a young, nimble, energetic, and shameless. You have to match that and beyond. Running for mayor is very different than running for governor. Keep playing offense. Finally, there's a reason. Finally is right. Yeah, New York, Cuomo proposes Zohran's law after privileged Mamdani clings to rent-stabilized apartment. This guy who's a trust fund kid has a rent-stabilized apartment. Andrew Cuomo proposes Zohran's law after privileged Mamdani clings to rent-stabilized apartment. Mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo proposed Zohran's law that would block privileged New Yorkers from, like his communist rival, Zohran Mamdani, from living in rent-stabilized apartments. Mamdani, 33, who rakes in $142,000 a year as a state assemblyman, and whose wealthy family includes his filmmaker mom and professor dad, has been living in a $2,300 a month one-bedroom pad in Astoria. I'm calling the legislation Zohran's law. This is obviously an abuse of the system. We're not supposed to be providing rent-stabilized apartments to the children of millionaires. The qualification would include a means test based on monthly rent and other factors. Cuomo said it, though it did not share specifics. Legislation require approval from Democrat-run state legislature and Kathy Hochul. Cuomo has been on the attack against Mamdani since last Friday over the cushy apartment in high-cost Astoria. Somewhere last night in New York City, a single mother and her children slept at a homeless shelter because you, Assemblyman Mamdani, are occupying her rent-controlled apartment. Cuomo wrote in a viral tweet that racked up more than 28 million views. Every man for himself. Calling on you to move out immediately and give your affordable housing back to an unhoused family who needs it. Leaders must show moral clarity. Time to move out, Cuomo added. Mamdani, the Democrat Party nominee, has proposed to freeze the rent of government-regulated apartments if he wins the general election in November. You would think that would be the case, Buds, that they would cancel each other out. But you also have Adams is also running as an independent. And for whatever reason, Slee was only getting like 13% of the vote, according to what I'm seeing. Because New York City is screwed. Former Governor Cuomo lost to Mamdani in a June Democrat primary, but is running in November on the Fight and Deliver independent ballot line. Incumbent Mayor Eric Adams is also running as an independent after dropping out of the primary as he faced federal corruption charges, which have since been dropped. Curtis Lewa, the founder of the Guardian Angels, is a Republican nominee, and lawyer Jim Walden will also appear on the ballots as an independent. The Mamdani campaign accused Cuomo of desperate mudslinging. On the day of the National Dominican Day Parade, Cuomo's desperate, nonsensical attack continue. Zohran is busy deepening his support for New Yorkers ready for a city they can afford. If Cuomo really cared about working people, he'd commit today to reimburse the taxpayers the $60 million we are spending on his personal legal defense, which could pay for thousands of affordable housing units instead of probing the gynecological records of women he harassed. What the fuck are you talking about? Mamdani landed the rent-stabilized apartment on Street Easy when he was making $47,000, his camp said. Trump takes aim at campus racism. The Supreme Court banned race-based college admissions in 2023. Universities ignored it. Now Trump is ordering a nationwide data sweep to expose and end the institutionalized diversity discrimination hiding in diversity programs. For decades, Americans' university had codified racial discrimination in their admission systems, dressed up as justice and equity. Instead of righting past wrongs, they've created a new system of bias that punishes the wrong races. How can you be a wrong race? Well, guess who gets hurt? Asian Americans, East and South Asia alike, penalized despite never benefiting from past discrimination. Many white working class applicants, all while elite schools congratulate themselves for fighting racism. Who benefits from the racism? Black and Latino applicants, including children of recent African and Caribbean immigrants whose families never endured U.S. slavery or segregation. The system isn't about redressing history. It's about enforcing a racial hierarchy now. Every medical schools do it. Even medical schools do it, citing thin, flawed studies claiming black patients get better outcomes with black doctors. That's not science, that's bigotry wrapped in a lab coat. Here's the kicker. Colleges could use income-based preferences to help disadvantaged students of all races, but they don't, because that was never about opportunity. It's about ideology, raw racial bean counting, and advancing Democrats. You don't talk to Jim, you listen to him. No, you talk to me, Black Snowflake. I like to converse with the chat. Trump's directive to Education Secretary Linda McMahon collect admission data from every U.S. university, enforce the Supreme Court's 2023 ban on race-based admissions. This is the first serious move to hold them accountable. Universities know the truth. They're violating the law. They're discriminating in plain sight, and they think they're untouchable. That's what Trump's order and the lawsuits that will follow would shake academia to its core. America can't fight racism by practicing it. Elite universities want justice. Start with merit. Start with opportunity. Stop sorting human beings by skin color. Trump's crackdown is the first step towards ending this legal, moral, and academic fraud. Yeah, Trump freezes $200 million in UCLA grants. And here's from the New York Times. It says, Trump administration to acquire universities to submit data on applicants' race. The administration has become increasingly focused on admissions data in its effort to bring higher education systems in line with President Trump's political agenda. No, they're trying to bring them in line with the Supreme Court's decision. President Trump on Thursday orders the Education Department to begin collecting detailed data on the race and gender of college applicants, as well as the test scores and grade point averages, a shift that would allow the government to closely scrutinize whether universities are giving minorities preference in admissions. The move, which would provide the government with information that has long been on a wish list of conservative activists in search of evidence that schools have been dodging a 2023 Supreme Court decision, largely barred the consideration of race in college admissions. Admission data has increasingly become focus of the Trump administration as part of its effort to shift the ideological balance of academia, which the president views as hostile to conservatives. Some legal experts say the new requirements may have a chilling effect on universities, which are still allowed to consider race as part of a holistic review. No, they're not. The Supreme Court said no. The Supreme Court said you can't use race. So these legal experts are wrong. There's not about a holistic view. The changes were another catastrophic blow in the Trump administration's ongoing assault on American higher education. signals the Trump administration's effort to depress black and brown enrollment. No, it's not to depress black and brown enrollment. It's to make it fair for everyone. Holy fuck, man. The fall of affirmative action, race in the Supreme Court, and the future of higher education. Some of Mr. Trump's moves against colleges and universities have prompted swift legal action from opponents who accuse the administration of skirting or ignoring laws, like Harvard University's lawsuit or billions of dollars in stripped research funding. The Trump's directive involves a data collection system that federal law gives the education department wide latitude to control, that schools, as a condition of joining student aid programs, agree to supply with information. Still, Mr. Trump's move on Thursday could eventually invite legal challenges, perhaps on the basis that the federal student privacy law, that might slow or stall the president's instructions. Universities and governments could always tussle, of course, and the consequences that come from the conclusions that U.S. officials draw from submitted data. Some legal experts argue that government's new data demands show misplaced priorities. Former Department of Education official who now is president of the National Student Legal Defense Network said the government could do even more the playing field or applicants by demanding better insights about the cost of colleges. There's a real need for reporting and transparency on what actual prices are. There's a tactic to try and stop institutions from helping disadvantaged students. What? Harvard's compliance with the recent Supreme Court decision is also a major focus of the White House negotiations. President's action also requires Linda McMahon to increase the number of accuracy checks on data provided by schools. McMahon said the new requirements will ensure that meritocracy and excellence once again characterize higher education. It should not take years of legal proceedings and millions of dollars in litigation fees to elicit data from taxpayer-funded institutions that identifies whether they are discriminating against hardworking American applicants. The Education Department said that it will require colleges to report data for applicants and admitted students that identify race and sex and separated by undergraduate applications and specific graduate and professional programs. Well, I think they should be able to do all that. It says the Putin ally warns titanic efforts are underway to sink the Trump summit over war in Ukraine. Trump's about to shut down this Ukraine mess with Putin, finally some real leadership. These titanic efforts to stop him are just globalist tears that make the summit happen. Baby, time to put America first and get this deal done. Wow, Ukrainian support for the war has just absolutely collapsed, according to Gallup. In 2022, support was over 70% to fight and win. Now just 24%. 69% say negotiate peace. Zelensky is betraying his people. Look at that. Look at the numbers. Wow. They're completely turned upside down. The Ukraine flag was 5 liberal fads ago. Putin ally warns of titanic efforts are underway to sink Trump summit over Ukraine war. Putin allies claim critics could use diplomatic maneuvers or media provocations to sabotage talks. Hey, Joe, good night. We're only going a little while longer, about another 15 minutes or so. A senior member of Putin's inner circle warned that multiple countries are mounting titanic efforts to undermine the upcoming summit. 2 leaders are scheduled to meet in Alaska on August 15th. They offered a few details. It's unclear if Voldemort Zelensky will be invited. Zelensky won't cede territory. Well, he's not going to have a choice. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. Several NATO countries in Europe have been skeptical of any deal that rewards Russian aggression. Dmitriev, who met with Trump officials in Washington, has been dubbed Putin's shadow foreign ministry. Head of Kremlin's sovereign wealth fund, recently appointed special envoy, has acted as a formal bridge between Moscow and Washington. This will evidently be a challenging process, but we'll engage in it actively and energetically. Trump has previously said that Putin and Zelensky were close to a ceasefire deal, but suggested Kiev would have to concede significant territory, an outcome that Ukrainians and many European allies oppose. Well, there's not any choice. You can't get a deal and say, all right, we're going to get a deal even though we're losing, you're taking territory, but we get all our territory back. It doesn't work that way. Zelensky thinks NATO, European leaders are backing his push to join Trump Putin summit. Voldemort Zelensky on Sunday thanked European leaders for backing his push to join this week's Russia summit. As Kiev fears Washington and Moscow could strike a deal to end the war, but in a way that undermines Ukraine's sovereignty. The end of the war must be fair, and I'm grateful that everyone stands with Ukraine. Leaders of Britain, France, and Italy, Poland, and Finland, European Commission said any diplomatic solution brokered between Trump and Putin must protect the interests of Ukraine and Europe. The U.S. has the power to force Russia to negotiate seriously. Any deal between Russia must have the EU included. Everyone wants their piece of the pie. Everyone wants to wet their beak. Mark Rutte, Secretary General of the NATO, said the upcoming summit will be about testing Putin. We'll see how serious the Russian leader is about bringing this terrible war to an end. Both the White House and the Kremlin have acknowledged Zelensky's request to join the talks, but no formal invitation has been issued. Trump and Putin are scheduled to meet in Alaska on August 15th. If Zelensky were to take part, the meeting would mark the first between Putin and Zelensky since the start of Moscow's war. The meeting, which Trump proposed on Truth Social, comes on the heels of Washington's threats to impose steep tariffs on the Kremlin. Trump has previously singled out countries like India and China as top buyers of Russian crude. In response, bipartisan lawmakers introduced a Sanctioning Russian Act, which would impose a 500% tariff targeting Russia's core economy, its oil and its gas exports. Meanwhile, senior member Putin's inner circle warned that multiple countries are mounting titanic efforts to undermine the upcoming summit. Okay. I was weird when I heard this was still going on. It says AOL will discontinue dial-up service on September 30th. After 34 years in operation, the famous dial-up modem handshake sound burned into our memories will now be a relic of the past. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? That sound. Mm-hmm. America offline. You've got mail no more. AOL to shutter dial-up service. AOL is set to shutter the dial-up service internet that once was the symbol of internet connectivity after over 40 years. Company web page titled Dial-Up Internet to be disconnected states that the service was stopped on September 30th. The company says the page that the shutdown follows a routine evaluation of its products and services. The hum and whir of the dial-up modem was how many people first connected to the internet. At its height, a dial-up connection could manage up to 58 kilobits per second. Consumer-friendly internet connection service provider, what the tech news website called a walled garden. The company had 10 million customers in 1995. New technologies, faster speeds render dial-up connection of the past. Yeah, 'cause DSL came pretty fast after that, didn't they? DSL, which I think was like 128 or 256 or 512 or something. Time Warner, AOL merged with Time Warner in 2000 at the height of the internet bubble. The failure of the merger, which caused Time Warner to spin out AOL in 2009, was so spectacular it led to retrospectives both 10 and 15 years later. In 2015, Verizon purchased AOL for $4.4 billion. At the time, AOL still had 2.1 million dial-up customers. When Apollo Global Management purchased portions of Verizon Media, including AOL in 2021, the financial news reported that the dial-up users were down to the low thousands. Wow. 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 Yeah, see, here's right here on AOL's, it says dial-up service to be discontinued. And we got this. It says open border extremists in Oregon have set up a hotline for people to report federal law enforcement sightings so that they can sabotage the arrest to assist the criminal suspects, often who are fentanyl traffickers and violent criminals. Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act shields criminal aliens while activists weaponize hotlines to obstruct eyes, prioritizing lawbreakers over public safety. Taxpayers fund this chaos as fentanyl floods our streets. Time to scrap state-sanctioned sabotage and enforce immigration laws without apology. Protect citizens, not cartels. Not gonna lie, yeah. No doubt servers are gone. It's, yeah. Yeah, it would take minutes to load a photo. It was funny. Wait, it would go. Took forever to load video. Yeah, it sure did. Let's see here. This is the group right here that's doing the stuff called PRC, the PIRC, Portland Immigrant Rights Group. So they're empowering communities. They have a hotline for people to call to report stuff. And, this is the coalition of Portland Immigrants' Right Coalition, Jobs with Justice, and Stop the War on Immigrants, and Hispania. And you can see, yeah. I think these groups should all be legal. And then even Oregon's Justice Department has their own programs. They have the Department of Justice. They have the Promise Guidance, which says the Sanctuary Promise Violation Hotlines and all this stuff. And, it's how it happens. Yeah. We have the Mexican president warns Trump that U.S. military operations to combat cartels are unwelcomed in her country. Let me get this straight, Claudia. You make deals with cartels, meaning you accept them in your country, but U.S. forces that can eliminate the cartels, if we really go at it with your cooperation, are not welcome. How is this in the interest of Mexico? This sounds like gringo hate and the ever-present and misplaced Latin American ego, not sound governance. I presume we do covert hits anyway, and she'll likely look the other way to protect Mexican pride and being a narco state. Mexican President Scheinbaum, the United States is not going to come to Mexico with their military. There will be no invasion. That's ruled out. There is no risk that they are going to invade our territory. All right, what are you going to stop us?
Estados Unidos no va a venir a México con los militares. Cooperamos, colaboramos, pero no va a haber invasión. Eso está descartado, absolutamente descartado. Porque además de que lo hemos manifestado en todas las llamadas, de que no está permitido ni es parte de ningún acuerdo, ni mucho menos, no han planteado. Cuando lo han llegado a plantear, siempre hemos dicho que no, que podemos colaborar de otra manera, pero que de eso no. Entonces, no. Incluso fuimos informados que venía esta orden ejecutiva y que no tenía que ver con la participación de ningún militar o de ninguna institución en nuestro territorio. Las agencias de Estados Unidos que tienen presencia en México están muy reguladas. Yo creo que somos el país que más regulación tiene para agentes extranjeros, sean de Estados Unidos o de otro país. Bueno, pues vamos a ver cómo está la orden ejecutiva, pero no hay riesgo de que vayan a invadir nuestro territorio.
This lady, there isn't a risk. You don't think if the United States government decided to do it, there's not a fucking thing you could do about it? What will Mexico do if we take out the cartels? Not a damn thing. Mexico's military is a joke. The citizens of Texas could take out Mexico's entire military in a week. The U.S. military is totally going to invade and attack the cartels of Mexico. I'm sure we're afraid of their 8-plane Air Force. She knows that there's nothing she can do. She couldn't be thankful that Trump is going to do what the Mexican government can't or won't do. Tomahawk Block 5 cruise missiles have a range of 1,550 miles. The U.S. can quietly hit cartel targets anywhere in Mexico, and the Mexican president will announce that it was just inter-cartel gang warfare. Win-win. Because she's never heard of drones or very targeted airstrikes. No. Yeah. The Mexican president rejects U.S. forces crossing border into Mexico to fight cartels. Oh, if she does, the cartels will kill her. That's how this works. Yeah. She has no choice. Her stance is to side with the cartels, which is understandable. When chemical warfare is unleashed against our citizens, and you are complicit, you have no say. Delta forces, incoming drones, etc. We don't respect terrorists. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so this is a story about that. Just the Mexican president says no. Mexican president rejected having U.S. forces enter Mexico. The United States is not going to come to Mexico. It's not part of any agreement, far from it. And then she brags also about how our people that are in Mexico are highly regulated. But then the Department of Homeland Security says hunt cartels, save America. Let's see. This is what the U.S. Homeland Security says.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho. I used to move snow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I hate when they do this with music. It makes it so you can't play it.
Not DOC, but
yeah, so that's what the Department of Homeland Security is putting out. This. Then, please urge your representatives to support ICE because when they are making arrests, they are finding and rescuing the missing children. Mm-hmm. Go get them. Here's your precious Congresswoman at Al Qaeda training camp in Somalia. She's trying to get this picture blocked. That's Ilhan Omar. And we got the White House said, good Sunday morning. Every criminal legal alien will be deported. Tom Homan is making America safe again.
Now, I'm going to say, if you're in the country illegally, you shouldn't feel comfortable. Absolutely not. I won't feel comfortable if I'm in the country illegally. If I'm in some other country illegally, I'm not going to be comfortable. You shouldn't be comfortable either, because when you enter this country illegally, you have committed a crime. You are a criminal.
Tom Homan's deportation pushes exactly what D.C. needs. Enforce the law, no exceptions. Under Biden, 90% of illegal crossers had fraudulent asylum claims. Sanctuary cities shielded criminals. Now, SB 1164 forces Arizona to honor ICE detainers, cutting bureaucratic resistance. Border crossings are down 94% in weeks. Proof that accountability works. No more taxpayer-funded coddling of lawbreakers. Prioritize American safety. Mm-hmm. Bro, ha ha ha, I never imagined fascism would be this funny. I'm so proud of us. Well, all right, everybody. It's been 5 hours. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. I'll see you Monday night for some more news. Come on back on Monday night at about 10 o'clock for Jim to tell you the news. Please remember to hit like, subscribe, hit the bell, and leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm. And also, thank you for everyone who donated to the